Now, a story that broke hearts across the country. A 14-year-old middle school football player at an amusement park falling to his death from a thrill ride. Now, 2 years later, a jury has ordered the company that made the ride to pay the family more than $300 million.
It's the last video of a 14-year-old who died in a horrifying amusement park accident. Tyree Sampson is getting his safety bar in place. Just moments later, he fell 70 feet to his death. Now the late teen's parents have been awarded $310 million from a jury who found the company that made the ride liable.
It was a bittersweet moment.
Tyree stood 6'5" and weighed 380 pounds. The family's attorney, Ben Crump, says height and weight restrictions were ignored at the park in Orlando.
Why didn't they have a seatbelt? It would have only cost $22.
He wouldn't even give a chance to live. He wouldn't even give a chance to do anything.
7 months after the accident, the amusement park tore down the ride.
Our hidden cameras caught employees with the LA Homeless Services Authority throwing cases of taxpayer-funded food right into the dumpster. Food that's supposed to go to the homeless, now going in the trash. You can see it here just come pouring out of the box. And not just once or twice.
We saw it continuously inside the dumpster, boxes of food with fresh sandwiches for the homeless inside.
It's a sandwich, an apple, and water.
We saw food thrown away almost every day, all unopened packages labeled "Eat Good Food." But despite the tens of thousands of homeless going hungry on the streets of LA, no one got to eat this food because we saw LAHSA employees like this woman just throw it in the trash.
It's a theft of taxpayer dollars. These people are being paid to go out and service and take care of people. So not only are they stealing their pay, but they're throwing away good, valuable food for people who have nothing to eat.
It's remarkable video as flash floods rip through Utah. This man has to rappel down a rock face, escaping a massive torrent caused by sudden thunderstorms. My trip unexpectedly turned into a test of resilience and preparedness.
We really need to get out of here.
Motorists encountered nightmare conditions. Todd Peterson was driving with his family to the city of Moab.
We were all pretty shocked. The water coming, I was kind of wondering if it was going to push us off the road.
A husband and wife are believed to have been swept away in the floods. Miranda and Ray Yankowski's vehicle was found, but no sign of the couple. We spoke to their daughter, Ashlyn.
We are kind of having to shift our focus, from search and rescue to recovery and just trying to find a way to get them home regardless of the outcome.
5-year-old Sebastian Forbes was having a good time at a block party held to improve police relations with their neighbors in South Pasadena, California. One of the highlights was supposed to be a demonstration by a police dog. About a dozen people gathered around, including little Sebastian. The boy is legally blind and he wanted to step in to get a better look, but his dad says he never got within 10 to 15 feet of the dog when the canine suddenly attacked him. The police dog that attacked the boy is a Dutch Shepherd named Barry. Sebastian was rushed into an ambulance with bite wounds on his face, near his eye, and on his ear. He was taken to the hospital where the traumatized little guy had to be sedated and receive 6 stitches.
He was out of his mind. They had to strap him down.
In a statement, the police department called the incident unfortunate.
Yeah, the dog was not on a leash.
Dad realizes it could have been a lot worse.
Police chief says he's relieved Sebastian's okay. The boy's parents are considering legal action.
2 people are dead after a car crash that left one car cut in half this afternoon, according to Dallas Fire Rescue. Happened about 3:15 this afternoon at Abrams Road near Royal Lane in the Lake Highlands area. 2 cars collided. The McLaren sports car is the one that split in two. It hit a tree. Crews say they could not reach the 2 people inside, so a heavy rescue response was dispatched. The 2 people died. One person in the other vehicle had to be taken to the hospital. It's unknown that person's injuries. Officials have not given details on what exactly led to that crash.
Luigi Mangione spoke out for the first time in court and said he believes that evidence was planted on him and he doesn't know where it came from. I mean, this is crazy. Mangione appeared for the first time in court Monday evening, and he didn't enter a plea, but he did reject several claims made by the prosecutors. Prosecutors said Mangione was found with several thousands of dollars in cash, a portion of it being in foreign currency, and the suspect disputed that amount and suggested it may have been planted. He also denied knowing anything about sophisticated criminal tactics, which the prosecutors were saying that he used, particularly regarding the use of a Faraday bag, which blocks electronic devices from electromagnetic signals. His exact words were, "I don't know where any of that money came from. I'm not sure if it was planted. And also, that bag was waterproof, so I don't know about criminal sophistication." Luigi is expected to appear in court in Pennsylvania this afternoon for an extradition hearing, but let me know what you guys think about all of this, and as always, I'll keep you guys updated.
Unexplained explosions, mysterious booms. A small town in New Jersey is literally left shaking. Calls flooded 911.
It sounds like a sonic boom, but where is it coming from? And what the heck is it?
We came to the conclusion somebody was shooting a cannon out here.
But now the mystery in the quaint town of Hamilton, New Jersey has been solved. This homemade hail cannon is the culprit. Rob Bukowski constructed it in his garage. It's supposed to scare away birds from his crop of grapes. He also says the loud sound can change weather, stopping crop-damaging hail. Bukowski says he is within his rights to use the cannon and will keep doing so. But as a concession to his neighbors, he now gives them this warning signal. Neighbors are relieved that this case of unsolved mysteries is solved at last.
We told you earlier about that sentencing for Savannah rapper Tyquan Bowman, also known as Quando Rondo, which happened just a few minutes ago.
We stepped out here from the sentencing hearing, and now Tyquan Bowman, otherwise known as rapper Quando Rondo, was sentenced today to 33 months, and that'll be a concurrent sentence. Now, anytime he's already served, the judge ruled will count towards that sentence, and he'll also pay a $40,000 fine. And the judge also ruled that he'll serve 3 years of supervisory release after he is released, and that release includes things like mental health counseling, drug testing, and educational resources as well. Now, many family and friends were here today for the sentencing hearing, many relieved to know that Bowman does not have to report for his sentence until January 10th of this upcoming year of 2025. So many of them overheard remarking that they're happy they'll get to spend Christmas with their family member.
Grab your friends, grab a date, grab a snack, because on December 13th and 14th, there's going to be a huge meteor shower. This is called the Geminid meteor shower. This happens every year when Earth passes through a giant field of debris in space that happens to be along our orbit. This is one of the best meteor showers of the year because at its peak, you should be able to see up to 150 meteors per hour. The best part is that this one's visible all over the world, and you don't have to wait until the middle of the night. This should start around 9 or 10 p.m. wherever you are. It's basically going to look like yellow shooting stars, and what you're seeing is chunks of stuff hitting Earth's atmosphere and then burning up. These chunks are coming from this asteroid called 3200 Paphion, and it's leaving a trail of debris as it travels, and it happens to travel through Earth's orbit. So as you see these shooting stars, you're watching Earth run into them. You're watching Earth travel through space. And they're going to be all over the sky, but they might seem to be originating from the constellation Gemini.
And close to home, police say that a Lakeland woman used phrases found in the shell casings from the recent killing of the United Healthcare CEO to threaten her own insurance company. Authorities say that a recorded phone call about a denied insurance claim. Brianna Boston told the Blue Cross Blue Shield employee, quote, "Delay, deny, depose. You people are next." Lakeland police were alerted by the FBI on Tuesday about this alarming incident.
Take this very seriously, and we will put you in jail if you do something like this. It is not a joke.
Yeah, according to the affidavit, Boston told police that she did not own any firearms and was not a danger to anyone, but added that healthcare companies played games and deserved karma because they are evil. Now, she could face up to 15 years in prison. She's now facing several charges, including threats to conduct a mass shooting or act of terrorism.
The school shooter was a 17-year-old female. She was also a student at the Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin. This is incredibly rare. In recent history, meaning the last 40 plus years, there have only been 2 school shootings conducted by biological females. Today was one of them. The other was the Covenant School in Nashville, and that individual identified as a man. Now, here are the other things that we know. The firearm used was apparently a handgun, and it was all confined to one space, although it has not been specified whether that space was a single classroom or a hallway. Now, at this point, motive is still unknown. However, police are trying to execute a search warrant in order to learn more about the suspect and kind of see what happened, what went wrong. Also, police have been saying that they were not the ones to take the shooter out, so it sounds like it might be self-inflicted. Now, obviously, we are still waiting for more information to come out, about the shooter, but more importantly, about the victims. Now, if you don't want to miss any of these critical updates, make sure to hit that follow button. As always, of course, drop your thoughts in the comments because there's a lot of emotion going on with this. There's a lot to talk about. And as soon as we have an additional update, I will be back on to let you guys know.
Watch as cars in various states of repair are rocked during a 7.3 earthquake in Vanuatu. People and a dog are seen running for cover on surveillance video as the shaking continues. This earthquake was centered about 30 miles from Vanuatu's capital of Port Vila. Officials say at least 6 people are dead in the island nation located north of New Zealand. The quake triggered a tsunami warning that was canceled about 2 hours later. Aftershocks, one measuring 5.5, continue to shake the tiny nation. Fearing more earthquakes or possible tsunamis, residents were told to stay away from coastlines for at least 24 hours. Phone lines and government websites have been down, leaving many to wonder just how much damage the earthquake has caused.
So how did you feel when you found out roofers were doing your roof and you didn't ask them to?
I wanted to get home right away.
Son who called her to ask why she didn't mention they were getting a new roof. She says she rushed home to see a work crew had removed almost all the shingles from her home. The roofers had the wrong address and were supposed to be doing a roofing job 3 doors away. Campbell says there were roofing materials everywhere.
They didn't just remove the shingles, they left the mess everywhere. Sides of the house, backyard, debris, everything.
When Campbell contacted the roofing company, they admitted they made a mistake and had the wrong house. She thought they would replace her roof, and she was shocked when they said no. Campbell called the police, her insurance company, and another roofing contractor who put down an emergency wrap on her house to protect the roof until it can be completed. The company that took off her roof by mistake is 5 Stars Roofing of Markham. We want to be responsible for what we did. We will do her roof for free. If she wants us to do it, we can schedule it.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement deported a mother and her 4 children, including newborn twins. Cristina Salazar is 23 years old. She was born in Mexico and married her husband, who is a U.S. citizen, in 2019. She and her kids were taken into custody on December 11th. Federico tells KHOU 11 News in Houston his wife and 2 older children were awaiting immigration hearings and that Salazar missed a hearing just a few weeks after having an emergency cesarean section to deliver their twins, when Salazar and all 4 of her children were arrested. The twins are U.S. citizens since they were born in the country. The family's attorney says they didn't have legal representation when they showed up for that meeting, ultimately leading to arrest.
This case shouldn't have gone to this extreme. There were options, legal options that were available, and he was not given that opportunity.
The family's attorney says they are filing a complaint with the Inspector General and working through legal options to get Salazar and her children back to the United States.
It's shocking video of a garage getting demolished, the culmination of a furious neighbor versus neighbor dispute.
It's been very difficult to live with people like this next door.
Gabriel Braun says he endured years of disagreements with his next-door neighbors in Maine.
At least once a week, there's some kind of property dispute amongst the people. This one is as extreme as I've ever seen.
Braun says he took his drastic action after having his land surveyed and learning that half of the neighbor's garage was technically on his property. So he decided to, well, saw the garage in half. Check out that perfectly clean cut.
So what you see is kind of just what's left of what was there. Cool, huh?
Couldn't there have been another alternative? Did you have to do this?
When it escalated, I figured this was probably the best answer I could come up with. I don't want these people around. I'm pretty sure they get it now.
Creep caught on camera. The surveillance video shows a stalker in action, loitering outside his victim's home in the dead of night and uttering nonsense.
The best moments are not captured on camera or pictures.
He wasn't going to stop coming.
Maddie Malstaff is living a never-ending nightmare. For 4 straight years, she has been stalked by this guy. Maddie says the first time she was sleeping when she heard a knock at the door.
And then it kind of really just escalated from there.
2 weeks later, on Christmas morning, Maddie and her family woke up to this disturbing shrine left on the porch. A Bible open to a passage about Mary Magdalene.
He believes that he is Jesus and I'm Mary Magdalene, and that we are meant to be together.
So who is he? His name is Logan Ursini. Turns out he's a former high school classmate of Maddie's. In fact, every year she has to face him down in court as she renews a restraining order against him.
You're 10 feet away from somebody who scares you, and every time that I have to get up on the stand and testify, I have to tell him that I'm still scared of him. And every single person told me that I needed to learn how to protect myself because the laws weren't going to protect me.
American Airlines has said that a technical issue is delaying all of its flights in the United States during one of course, the busiest travel periods of the year.
Yeah, hate hearing this. An airline spokesperson told CNN their teams are working to resolve the issue as quickly as possible, and they apologize to customers for the inconvenience.
The Federal Aviation Administration posted a nationwide ground stop order for all American flights at the request of the airline. That's according to an advisory notice.
And some flights were returning to their gates, and delays are about 90 minutes, we're told. An representative said on X an estimated time frame has not been provided. I've just been trying to look and see if there's an impact on Norfolk International Airport right now. Looks like there are a couple of delays, one for Charlotte, one for Miami, also Chicago right now, all American Airlines. Everything else later in the day is green for now, but of course something we are going to keep an eye on.
Tragic boat explosion caught on camera this morning at Fort Lauderdale Marina. The vessel's deck flies into the air before then crashing back down. You can see somebody standing there, some passengers and debris thrown overboard.
Right now, firefighters in Fort Lauderdale are still investigating what caused that boat to explode and go up in flames, killing one person. As you mentioned, we've got that dramatic video the moment that boat explodes. Firefighters in Fort Lauderdale, just north of Miami, say that 2 boats actually caught on fire after that one boat exploded while docked at the marina last night. In total, 5 people were taken to local hospitals. 3 of them reportedly had traumatic injuries. But there are some local reports that say firefighters are looking into the fuel pumps at this marina. That boat was reportedly fueling up when this explosion happened. Again, a very scary night, a deadly, massive explosion.
Do you want to get back into your top stories right now as the Mega Millions jackpot has surpassed $1 billion. The estimated jackpot for Friday's drawing rises to $1.15 billion. I do want to bring in Tim Chartier, a professor of math and computer science at Davidson College in North Carolina. He's joining us to talk more about the odds and, how you can make sure you win. Okay, so what could potentially increase your odds?
The odds are pretty much the same. You can buy more tickets, but that's where this analogy of you're actually picking the option that raises the probability that you won't have to share the prize if you win. When you pick the numbers yourself, as you pointed out, you often lean on numbers that other people will also pick, which means if you do win, you often have to change or at least have a higher probability of actually sharing the prize. My main thing is that just think about if it's worth the $2 to buy the ticket to dream to be a billionaire. It is true that you can't win if you don't play, but again, those odds are very small, but the payoff is quite big.
He did to comply with an order from the city. City told him to get his boat out from public view. So he built a fence, only to have his neighbor, who's an artist, paint a photorealistic version of the boat on the fence. Now, pictures of the boat have gone viral online. The boat owner says the mural looks terrific.
Not a rule breaker, but I am like to make a political statement as necessary, and as well as a humorous statement and a creative statement. So I'm all in favor of generating discussion and making people smile. And the reaction is extremely more than we ever expected, and we're both just tickled about it. It's pretty cool.
I'm a big proponent for public art in spaces. I love creating public art in spaces, and I think it engages people in ways that reaching out and having conversations doesn't sometimes, or if you're not there, it just kind of inspires conversation.
Gotta say, the artist nailed it. Says other homeowners who got similar letters have already reached out to him for murals at their homes.
This woman suddenly received a huge stack of mail containing not one or two, but 70 Chase Bank credit cards issued to 70 complete strangers, all on her credit card account. Now, even more troubling, it never seemed to raise a red flag when someone added 70 names to a single account. Instead, the bank went ahead and issued all those fraudulent credit cards. The stack of envelopes arrived all at once in Tina Kumar's mailbox. What was most shocking? Each envelope contained two of these Chase Bank credit cards, each with a different name on the front and her account number on the back. Right away, she called the number on the cards to find out what was going on and suddenly realized she had just activated the account for 70 strangers.
He said on March 25th, somebody logged into my account and added 70 names. You would think somebody from upper management would contact me and say, let me check into this and I'm going to get back to you. This should never have happened. Why isn't somebody contacting me?
This morning, a holiday health warning as cases of the norovirus surge. New data from the CDC shows an increase in outbreaks, with 91 reported in the first week of December across 14 states, more than double the number for the same week over the past 3 years.
Is there any reason why we're seeing this rise?
Gathering together, especially this time of the year, and all the traveling we're doing, that's causing the increases.
The highly contagious virus, commonly referred to as the stomach flu, can cause days of vomiting, gastrointestinal problems, and fever. Norovirus can be spread through direct contact with an infected person, touching contaminated surfaces, or eating contaminated food. Now, with millions expected to gather for New Year's Eve celebrations, health experts say it's important to take precautions. Wash produce thoroughly, don't share utensils, and don't rely on hand sanitizer.
You know, we all have this around the house, the hand sanitizer. This does not work very well for norovirus. You need to wash your hands, that 20 seconds we always talk about.
Some breaking news also coming out of the US tonight. One person has died and 7 others were injured when a Tesla Cybertruck caught fire and exploded outside US President-elect Donald Trump's Las Vegas hotel, that it is now being looked at as a possible terror attack. Well, police say one person died in the vehicle and no cause has yet been given for the fire and the explosion. The 7 others who were injured have been taken to hospital. Tesla CEO Elon Musk said the whole Tesla team is investigating this matter right now. We'll post more as soon as we learn anything. We've never seen anything like this. But the car was rented from the same rental company that facilitated the truck used in New Orleans. The explosion of that Tesla Cybertruck is being looked at as a possible terror attack. Keeping across that throughout the evening.
Unlike adults, babies can't wear the latest smartwatch to monitor their vital signs. Scientists at Louisiana State University have created a new wearable technology that may help parents know a key marker in their baby's health. This knitting machine is stitching together thermochromic yarn into apparel. Thermochromic yarn changes color when environmental temperatures change. Newborns aren't typically able to stabilize their temperature as easily as adults. With these thermochromic hats, parents will be able to see even the slightest rise in their child's temperature without touching them or using an invasive thermometer. This technology could be used for more than taking temperatures.
So we are trying to expand the product category by taking in some smart textiles applications so that we can actually detect other vitals such as breathing and also the moistures of the surface of the body. Build a device that can detect why baby cries.
For Dr. Jia, these these tiny hats are a personal passion.
So our intention for our product is to help release some of that stress.
Well, the Surgeon General today is sounding the alarm about the dangers of alcohol, warning that drinking is the third leading preventable cause of cancer, and calling for alcoholic beverages to carry a warning label similar to what you see on packs of cigarettes. HHS saying in a statement that alcohol is a well-established preventable cause of cancer, responsible for about 100,000 cases of cancer and 20,000 cancer deaths annually in the United States. Now, the previous perception was that moderate or limited drinking, 1 a day for women and 2 a day for men, had little risk to your health or well-being. But the Surgeon General now says that simply isn't the case for cancer risk. For instance, he says that 1 of every 6 breast cancer cases is attributable to alcohol consumption. And he's now calling for updated labeling on alcoholic beverages to include a heightened risk of breast cancer, colon cancer, and at least 5 other malignancies now linked by scientific studies to alcohol consumption. Now, it does take an act of Congress to mandate these new warning labels, and it's unclear if the incoming administration will support this change. But Diane, no question, a real wake-up call here.
Well, that couple took matters into their own hands and built a large dirt berm, as you can see, around their home.
The homeowner tells me it was pretty expensive to build, and they're not even sure if it's going to work. But they say after all they've been through, they had to try something. This was Pam and Mark Teeter's home after Hurricane Milton. The couple had only just moved from North Carolina 3 months before. And while the flooding from Milton is long gone, the Teeters still have standing water on parts of their property from rainstorms that happened after.
It's tearing up their lives.
Pam approached the county several times for help, even offering a few suggestions like building a berm around the retention pond next door or digging their ditches.
And that we were the lowest point in this area and that all the water would flow to us.
That's when they decided to take tens of thousands of dollars out of their savings to build their own berm.
It was our last option. We talked to several contractors and they suggested that we do that.
Pam only thinks it will hold up if the county does other drainage work in the area, but says at this point they were willing to try anything.
You know, the biggest problem HVAC companies are facing right now is finding technicians to take care of their customers, which means longer wait times. But they think they've found a way around the shortage. Businesses across the country are feeling the chill of a skilled labor shortage.
So the only way to have people to do the work that you need done is to train them ourselves.
But a local HVAC company came up with a way to crank up the heat.
We started this program in October, and what we've done is built a training session that's going to be essentially full-time, paying students full-time for all their class time.
Our in-house training is specifically for HVAC and refrigeration technicians.
Apprentice Richard Lacouture specifically sought out a job at Medford Wellington Service to work towards becoming a journeyman. Now, one of the things trainees will learn in their lessons is how to take sheet metal and turn it into ductwork. The 2-month course starts in the classroom with lessons in HVAC and electrical, then moves to servicing their commercial customers out in the field. CEO Mike LaCroix says paying people to learn the trade not only helps workers reach their goals, it helps the company do the same.
What we really need to do is make sure that we have the right skill set of folks to take care of our customers.
So this locksmith honestly was just showing up to a regular job and started noticing some of those red flags. He said at first he wasn't really sure what to do, but now he's glad he called the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office for help. Greg says he showed up to a house in Midway, rekeying the lock for a woman who lived in the home. But things seemed very off.
There was a gentleman that was kind of hovering over her, wouldn't get really more than a foot away from her.
Greg says he went back to his van to make the keys. When he walked back to the house, the woman gave him a sign she needed help.
She's like holding up her hand kind of like this with her palm open, and she has 911 written on her hand. So obviously that, drew some attention from me.
As soon as Greg left, he says he called his friend in the FBI, then called police immediately. The Wasatch County Sheriff's Office showed up and arrested Grant Egertson for aggravated kidnapping, among other things.
That's good. I'm glad the lady is safe and that nothing bad happened.
We know the name now of a woman found dead in the parking lot of the North Kansas City Hospital campus.
But there are still plenty of questions about how the 63-year-old Laura Fells died.
And less than 24 hours before Fells was found dead in this parking lot up the hill here, she was brought here as a patient. Still a lot of questions about what happened between that moment and when she was found dead. Neighbors at 37th and Agnes say Laura Fells had a routine. Get up early every morning to go to work at Costco.
She was always polite to people, you know what I'm saying? Spoke to everybody. You couldn't come out on the porch like, hello, how you doing this morning, you know?
The Thorntons say they last saw the 63-year-old Saturday as she lamented the coming blizzard. Sunday, during that snow, Kansas City Fire was called to take Fells to the hospital.
Ended up at the hospital.
She arrived at North Kansas City Hospital at 12:23 Sunday afternoon. What happened after that remains a mystery. But so far, all we know is she was found dead outside an office building on the hospital's campus at 9:45 the next morning.
Why did she die in the parking lot?
Hundreds of golf balls raining down on this Kingston home, causing thousands of dollars in damage.
There's 26 windows that need to be replaced. The entire siding of the home has to be replaced.
The Tenzar family has lived here since 2017. They love the golf course view the Indian Pond Country Club provides, but an attorney representing the family says the hazards weigh heavily on their heart. He said the potential for damage is a part of the risk of living near the fairway, and that the club does have insurance to fix damage like what's seen at the Tenzar's house. The Tenzar's attorney says they declined that action because they wanted to prevent such a large number of golf balls from entering their property.
There's a lot of damage.
The judge on the case awarded the family $100,000 in damages and $3.5 million in emotional distress. Fees and interest bring the total to nearly $5 million. When asked why the family didn't just sell the house, the attorney said,
It would be impossible to sell the house with that type of situation. The problem had to be solved.
We knew we were building in a wildfire zone. We wanted to build something that was as fire resistant as possible.
Jeremy Wolf built a weekend home in Ojai Valley 5 years ago. He knew he had to build wisely. He used concrete block for exterior walls. All the windows are double pane tempered glass, making it more challenging for heat to break through. The horizontal surfaces like the balcony where embers could land are made of fireproof material. The railings are metal. The roof is steel. He didn't use much wood, and where he did, it's a thick timber grade.
Anything that can burn would be very difficult to ignite.
Jeremy says it cost him 10 to 15% more to build this way, and it paid off. The scars are still visible, but Jeremy's home,
so the fire actually came onto the property,
was untouched.
We were very relieved and very relieved at the fact that we had chosen to build this way.
Fire Chief Sam DiGiovanna says Jeremy and his architect did everything right. He encourages other homeowners to rethink how they rebuild.
When wildfires start and evacuations are issued, homeowners often have little choice but to leave their home unprotected. That is, until now.
The whole idea is to start this thing up, let it run, and evacuate.
You're looking at the Hydro Halo, a home fire protection system that's so simple it needs very little explanation on how it works.
It's like a giant sprinkler, yes, that's correct.
Bill Earle is the owner of Property Fire Prevention, an El Dorado County company that started after seeing what was left over after the Oakland Hills wildfire in 1991.
And there's one house after another all burned down, and literally everybody had a full swimming pool in the backyard.
A swimming pool is the ideal water source for the sprinkler, although the gas-powered pump can be piped into a pond or a water tank. The average swimming pool is around 20,000 gallons, and that means the Hydro Halo can douse a home with pool water for more than 4 hours, and a handheld hose can be added to the system. A basic system costs around $6,000, extra insurance that Bill says could help people in fire-prone areas.
Hook up the water system, start the pump, turn the water on, and literally you could leave.
If TikTok users flood to Red Note, they're going to face the same challenge there because it's also controlled by the Communist Party.
Yeah, so that's what this guy just said. If you don't know what this is Tom Cotton. This is the guy that asked the TikTok CEO if TikTok connects to the home Wi-Fi. He's also the same guy that asked the TikTok CEO if he's Chinese when he said, no, I'm Singaporean. He said, no, you're Chinese. No, I'm Singaporean. I don't think he knows that we don't care. Like, we're going to go to Red Note, and if you ban that, we're going to find another platform. And if you ban that, we're going to find another platform. These politicians just can't grasp the idea that we're not going to Instagram and Facebook because they're the ones that single-handedly paid for this app to get banned. There are quite literally people homeless in California because their house burnt down that rely on TikTok that won't be able to pay their bills or fix their house because they banned the app they make their money on. There are small businesses that have been ran for multiple decades that will have to shut down because they ran on TikTok Shop for Business. Or smaller artists signed to music labels that are shelved that will never get a chance to have a hit or the light of day of mainstream media. All because people like this can get paid by Facebook, sign a law, slide it in with something like 4.8 that was already going to get passed, and then ban an app with half of America on it. If you can't see the issue with this, you've lost your mind.
This is kind of the new look here in California. This is the neighbor's lawn behind me, but let's scoot over to the right here. Look at this lush emerald lawn. Well, how was it done? It was done with paint. If you drove by Bill Schaefer, you might give him a strange look too. On any given afternoon, you'll find him swaying back and forth. This brown lawn, his canvas, and this shiny nozzle, his paintbrush. The Degas of drought, if you will.
That's pretty impressive.
And Bill, who's always been an idea man and entrepreneur, quickly got to work forming his new company, Brown Lawn Green. That was 2 months ago. And now these hoses aren't pumping water, but colorant, as Bill calls it. And if you have a lot of questions, don't worry, we did too.
I guess my consideration too would be, you know, for animals, toxic or not, because the little one eats grass.
Right.
I'm sure the big one does too.
Bill says the paint is non-toxic, made up of stone pigments and oil that help it bind to the grass, safe for the family dog or kids to play on.
Capital One is getting sued. Let's talk about it. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is accusing them of cheating customers out of $2 billion. According to the lawsuit, Capital One promised their customers high interest rates on their 360 savings accounts, but froze those rates at a very low 0.3% by 2020. Meanwhile, their new 360 performance savings accounts are offering over 4% by 2024. That's a big difference. Here's the issue. Capital One did not tell their customers about the better accounts. Employees were even told not to share the info unless absolutely necessary. This all started back in 2012 when Capital One acquired ING Direct, a bank known for its great rates. By 2019, Capital One had launched their new 360 performance savings accounts, but kept most of their existing customers at the lower rate without a heads up. Now, the CFPB is stepping in, saying that this violates laws against abusive and deceptive practices. And now they want Capital One to pay up. Capital One says the lawsuit is unfair. But this isn't just about one bank. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau itself is under fire. Some politicians want it gone. The lawsuit is huge, but not just for Capital One customers.
We are following breaking news in downtown Mobile, where the roof of the Civic Center has collapsed. This is a live look from our Civic Center camera from Museum West. And you can see, look at this. This entire portion of the arena has collapsed. Look at that, just happening about an hour ago. Now, we were able to fly our drone, and we're going to show you some amazing footage. Take a look right now as we pull up this video. City Chief of Staff James Barber tells us that it happened around 11 o'clock this morning. Luckily, no one was injured. As you know, the building was already in the process of being demolished. Barber says that fortunately, the roof of the arena just fell the way it was intended to collapse. And another piece of good news, those mosaic tiles inside the Civic Center, ones they were trying to salvage, were not damaged by the collapse. At least one person who lives in downtown Mobile says he felt his entire house shake when the roof came down.
The condo controversy in Brickell, $21 million. That's how much condo owners are being told their association has to pay to repair their building, which is only 16 years old.
Residents say it's just too much too fast for two buildings that are just 16 years old. Some residents will have to pay more than $40,000 for their share of the special assessment. Meanwhile, association leadership says the repairs are necessary and construction work underway. Work we saw firsthand from the pool deck. On November 13th, the association's board voted on and passed a $21 million special assessment for critical repairs. However, the condominium declaration says any special assessment over $50,000 requires the board to get owner's approval. And residents tell us the meeting happened, but at that meeting, the condo board voted to approve the assessment and did not have the owner's vote. Martin Chan tries to figure out how much longer he can afford to live in his unit, unsure if he can afford the 5-figure assessment. And this association has an upcoming election at the end of the month. Some unit owners expressed to me they hope for change in leadership so they can reverse course and reevaluate the timeline for all these repairs in hopes of sparing many from a deep financial burden.
Intrusive, invasive, and just downright creepy neighbors in a South Florida community say their HOA could stand to be a bit more,
Lloyd Havel lives at the Hills of Inverary in Lauderhill, a private community. Lloyd tells me he bought a new car and moved the old one outside, covered it until he could decide what to do with it. which prompted another question and call to the HOA.
That's fine. We'll go ahead and move the car or do that. That's not really a problem. But how did you even know that? He's like, oh well, we went up and we uncovered your car and we searched on your car.
Lloyd's next call was to Lauderhill Police to report the incident. Property manager police talked to in Lloyd's incident, who says he spotted Lloyd's parked covered car with a flat tire. The property manager says Lloyd's driveway is a limited common area, meaning he's allowed to access it, and said the disabled covered car violated the association's rules, so he lifted the cover, noted the expired tag, and then called Lloyd. I was given the same letter Lloyd got from his HOA's lawyers, which cited Lloyd's driveway as a common element that the association must be able to access. We're told those neighbors are now raising money, thousands of dollars, for the legal battle they anticipate.
An HOA's negligence leaves a teenager with permanent brain damage and hundreds of homeowners on the hook for millions of dollars.
5 years ago, 15-year-old Carl Thompson came here to his community playground to sit down on a swing and send a text. It was a day that would forever change his life.
Now, 5 years later, a $20 million jury verdict against the Lamplight Village HOA at Centennial Springs.
You can still see the rust on the stubs where the crossbar connected. It was one just like this that fell down on Carl Thompson's head, a 42-pound bar that crushed part of his skull.
Attorneys Sean Claggett and Al Lasso say the Lamplight Village Board violated its own CC&Rs, Nevada law, the manufacturer's warranty, and Consumer Product Safety Commission standards by failing to have a maintenance and inspection plan on the swing set in its common area.
Lamplight Village homeowners posting about this on Facebook claim they were kept in the dark by the HOA about the lawsuit and how it could impact them. The $20 million verdict far exceeds the HOA's insurance policy, which means homeowners are likely on the hook for around $80,000 each.
She's a truck driver, gone for weeks at a time. When she recently returned from a job, her house was full of strangers.
See, I had problems with squatters.
So Toledo Torres went through the courts to get them kicked out. But just days before the eviction was supposed to happen,
they took your home.
Yep.
And sold it.
Yep.
And left behind a big mess. Trash everywhere, the skirting thrown aside.
They cut off all the electrical. All the boxes are gone.
We tracked down the company hired to move the home, which led us here. Looks like we may have found our mobile home. Less than 7 miles away on Jorge Roman's family property. He says he had no idea the mobile home he bought for $6 grand wasn't for sale until I told him.
How do you fix that?
I really don't know. Roman says he bought the home from a couple who didn't have the title. He can't remember the guy's name.
And what did he say his connection was to?
He said that his mom's place. At a recent court hearing, a judge quickly ordered Toledo Torres' home be returned to her to see her home for the first time since it was stolen.
Oh my God.
It's a bittersweet homecoming. Her furniture and belongings are gone.
A Ring camera captures an elderly gentleman struggling as he makes a DoorDash delivery.
It honestly, it made me super sad. I knew if that was my grandpa, I wouldn't want to see him working.
21-year-old Annabelle Stevens posted the video on social media and says she never expected the response. Annabelle says she felt so sorry for the guy she gave him a generous $30 tip on a $21 order, but that was only the beginning.
So that's kind of why I started the GoFundMe also, just because I wanted to help him. It started out very, very slow. But then once the word got out, it just skyrocketed.
As of today, Annabelle has raised more than $74,000 for him. Last night, they even had dinner together where he thanked her. So what do we know about the guy? His name is Kerry Judd. He's 71 and actually works 2 jobs in Idaho. In addition to making DoorDash food deliveries, he's a security guard. As for Kerry Judd, he's also finding the generosity of Americans is changing his life.
We have breaking news. A massive 8.0 earthquake has just struck the Caribbean Sea. This is not just another earthquake. This is a major event, and the potential fallout could be devastating. The quake's epicenter was right in the middle of the Caribbean Sea, but tremors were likely felt in Mexico, Cuba, Honduras, Nicaragua, and beyond. While it didn't directly hit land, the real danger now is the risk of a tsunami. To put this into perspective, 8.0 magnitude earthquakes are extremely rare. The higher you go on the Richter scale, the more destructive they become. And an 8.0 is no joke. It has the power to cause widespread damage, especially if a tsunami follows. Right now, this is just a preliminary estimate. The magnitude could be adjusted up or down as more data comes in. But make no mistake, this is a huge seismic event. Authorities will be closely monitoring the situation for tsunami warnings, and we'll update you as soon as we know more. This literally just happened, and I wanted you to be among the first to know. If you have friends or family in the Caribbean, make sure they stay alert.
It's a reunion of old friends. They all have one of the rarest diseases on Earth.
My jaw is completely fused.
My leg is fused at the hip.
That's the limit of motion I've got. Their condition causes their muscles, ligaments, and tendons to become bone. The three friends suffer from a disease known as FOP. There are only 700 known cases in the world. Almost half of them are in the U.S. Ashley Kerpio lives outside Atlanta, Georgia. Now her muscles have started hardening into bone.
I cannot move this arm away from my body. It's like super glued to my side, my upper arm, because it does not move.
Her neck and spine are now fused. Patrick Doerr's jaw is nearly frozen shut.
Just enough to talk.
At 52, Nancy Sando is one of the oldest living people with FOP. She inches her way toward the bed. Her body is stiff as a board.
It's a tremendous hardship. FOP is a devastating disease.
Dr. Frederick Kaplan of the University of Pennsylvania is the leader in the fight against the disease and personally sees to every case.
We adored Nancy and Ashley and Patrick. I mean, they're all testimonies to the human spirit. They're shining examples.
A local bus driver in the right place, the right time, comes to the rescue of a toddler in the middle of the road. He was just going about his day when it turned into the day he may have saved the life of a toddler.
Because of the actions of a veteran Madison Metro Transit bus driver, this story has the happiest of all endings.
And when you drive a bus, it is all about getting that bus to the right place at the right time.
You got to stick to the schedule, otherwise people will miss their bus.
On Thursday morning, Tim Homan and his number 5 bus were right on time.
I got closer and closer, and it appeared to be a little baby out there.
And on a busy street, Tim feared another driver wouldn't see the child.
I'm going to get that baby.
Fortunately, Tim got there first. He got out of the bus and went to get the child, a little girl about 1.5 years old. On the video, you can very clearly see what another driver thought of what Tim did. But now the question was, where did the child come from?
And all of a sudden, her dad comes across the street and happy, very happy.
The child's safe. You can see Tim get back on the bus and tell the passengers what he probably didn't need to say.
I apologize for the wait. I don't know why I did that, but I did, and nobody said anything.
Tonight, a 59-year-old grandmother getting more than $100,000 after a jury finds she was falsely arrested for shoplifting at a local H&M store.
Well, Kelly, the victim, who is a longtime church volunteer, tells me she never expected anything like this to happen to her. And tonight, she is speaking out, hoping that the store here at Clackamas Town Center will change its policy.
After I seen the videotape, it was 15 minutes of me being watched in the store.
It happened during H&M's grand opening at the Clackamas Town Center. It shows cameras focusing in on Brenda Moaning, not just once, but several times while shopping. While paying the clerk, Moaning offers to pay in advance for a $5 jersey at the front of the store and grab it on the way out. Even after the clerk acknowledges the purchase and saw her put the merchandise in the bag, 2 loss prevention officers and 1 H&M security guard forced Moaning into a security room, and according to court documents we got a hold of, told her, "You look like a common thief." A Multnomah County jury just awarded Moaning over $105,000 for battery, false arrest, and punitive damages. While Moaning was not awarded damages for racial discrimination, she believes she was targeted because of her skin.
I'm humiliated. I'm hurt.
It happens in a flash. Brazen thieves busting out car windows, stealing anything they can carry, sometimes even the car itself.
Police data shows that over 10,000 cars were stolen in the city in the past year. That's an average of 27 cars stolen every day.
We decided to put this truck out as bait and leave some tempting items inside.
In this $300 speaker, we're going to hide another GPS tracker and place this Apple AirTag tracker in this high-end purse.
We paid $20 to park our pickup in this gas station lot in downtown Portland. But what the would-be thieves don't know is that I'm watching the scene below from the 6th floor of this swanky hotel. Now watch as this guy starts scoping out the truck. On the street corner, he procures a special tool called a glass puncher from his sidekick. Then he strikes.
It's happening. It's happening.
He hammers away at the truck's window 1, 2, 3, 4, 25 times altogether until the glass finally breaks. But he still can't get to our purse inside, so he smashes away with his elbow.
Broad daylight, no one's doing anything.
At last, using his bare hands, he rips the purse out.
Wow, look what happened to our truck's window. That guy was committed to getting into the truck and stealing that purse.
We never got our purse back.
The disabled Army vet was at this Jeepers at Lakeside Mall earlier this month. He was there for a child's birthday when he says he was asked to leave because other customers were uncomfortable with his Doberman service dog. Army veteran Davin Dumar survived 2 tours to Iraq and 1 to Afghanistan, where he lost his leg and suffered other injuries after his troop was ambushed. But now he's fighting a battle for disabled folks with service dogs. His dog Layla never leaves his side, and that includes the day he went to Jeepers in Sterling Heights. Dumar says the owner of Jeepers told him Layla was making other customers uncomfortable and
that I would have to leave.
When he showed her his service dog card, he says the owner questioned his condition.
And even after I showed her my prosthetic, she still told me I had to leave.
We went to Jeepers and talked with the owner. She admitted that other customers complained, saying the dog scared them.
If I had a golden retriever, everyone loves golden retrievers, I'm sure no one would have complained and there would have been no issue.
So why did the owner approach the Army vet? She claims ignorance, not realizing Layla was a service dog.
This may look like a normal girl dancing out her dreams on point, but if you look closer, she's moving with a prosthetic. Gabby Scholl was diagnosed at 9 years old with knee cancer and needed her leg amputated.
I'm going to explain to you my surgery called rotationplasty.
She got a special surgery to remove the diseased knee. Her lower left leg was then rotated and reattached to her upper leg. Her ankle now serves as her new knee.
Whenever I point my foot, it straightens the prosthetic, and whenever I flex my foot, it bends the prosthesis.
The unique surgery isn't for everyone, but Gabby says it lets her be a kid.
This surgery allows me to dance, ice skate, rollerblade, rock climb, and puts no limits, allows me to do anything I want to do.
Dancing through life in her own way.
Live your dreams and don't ever give up.
She was a health-conscious young woman who stayed in great shape.
I hadn't been sick in forever. It'd been years.
So when Shelby Smith went to work at this trendy boutique and started feeling feverish, the 27-year-old's fever spiked to a dangerously high 103 degrees. Shelby had strep throat. She figured she'd just ride it out. She says she can't afford health insurance, so she never saw a doctor. Unfortunately, her condition deteriorated.
My nose was turning blue, almost purple.
Her boyfriend Caleb called 911. Shelby was rushed to the ER. Her heart, lungs, and brain were failing. The untreated strep throat had developed into a sepsis infection. Her fingers, feet, and toes were turning black. Then came the unimaginable. To save her life, doctors were forced to amputate fingers on her right hand and a finger on her left hand. 2 toes were also amputated on her left foot. Her stepmom, Carrie, couldn't believe all this started with strep throat.
It was just very scary.
Now, 2 months after the surgery, Shelby is learning to do things most of us take for granted. She's even learning to write with her left hand.
Kristen and Justin Herbert are flipping household products, and they're getting rich doing it.
I paid $1 for each one of these.
They'll resell them for $4 each. This Dyson vacuum cleaner that they bought at Lowe's on clearance for $137 will resell on Amazon for $500. The parents from Phoenix, Arizona said they made $30,000 last year just by reselling Trader Joe's everything but the bagel seasoning. It's called retail arbitrage. Buy lots of the same item at a low price, then sell high.
Well, let's go make some money.
On this day, the Herberts raid the clearance aisle for water coolers that are 75% off. The stay-at-home parents have their own YouTube channel, along with dozens of other retail arbitrage fans who post their buying and selling sprees. Here's how the Herberts do it. First, they search online for items that are popular right now, like these Contigo water bottles bought for $5 a box. They'll be resold for $20. Good advice. Maybe one day you too can make $1 million part-time.
This turned out to be the most profitable container blind box discovery in history. Not even in his wildest dreams did the treasure hunter expect that a container once attacked by pirates would end up holding a stretch Porsche, a car so valuable it could make someone rich overnight. Just moments ago, a shipping container was put up for public auction at the dock. According to the auctioneer, the container once belonged to a local tycoon who had been arrested and gone off the grid, which is why it was now being auctioned off. When the container was opened, the treasure hunters on site were shocked. At first glance, it seemed to be filled with nothing but worthless junk. But then came the unexpected twist. The container's exterior was riddled with bullet holes, as if it had been sprayed with gunfire. There was a good chance the items inside had been badly damaged. Still, the ever-crafty Matthew noticed something odd. The container was strangely spacious on the inside, which made him suspect it might be hiding a car. However, Matthew argued that if it's that easy to tell there's a car inside, then buying the container would most likely end in a loss. On the other hand, the Uzi brothers didn't see it that way. They figured that if the container sold for under $20,000, there was still a good shot at turning a profit. With that, no more talking. The auction was about to begin.
An 8-year-old girl had places to be, and she took it upon herself to get there. This morning, she drove herself to Target. According to police, the girl lives in Bedford and drove to a Target in Bainbridge Township.
The driver was an 8-year-old girl who was originally reported missing along with the family's vehicle, a 2020 Nissan Rogue. In a press release from Bedford police, family last saw the child around 7 a.m. A next-door neighbor provided the family and officers with Ring camera footage that showed the child got into the SUV and drove off around 7 a.m. alone. Officers learned through dispatch that Bainbridge PD had located the vehicle in the Target parking lot in their city. Moments later, officers were able to locate the 8-year-old inside of the Target. On a Facebook post from Bedford police, they said they did let her finish her Frappuccino. The girl admitted during her drive she struck a mailbox. Target employees told News 5 the child walked in with more than $400 and proceeded to walk around the store shopping for items and checking out.
The internet is losing it right now because Billie Eilish has made her relationship with Nickelodeon star Nat Wolff official. They're on vacation right now in Venice. They're having champagne, kissing on the balcony. This does seem like a planned photo shoot. They wanted to announce their relationship, and this is how they chose to do it. This isn't too much of a surprise because we've seen some blurry pictures of these two hanging out in New York, going to gay bars, and at one point Nat even told someone that they were dating. I like this for Billie because Nat seems like a better guy than her last relationship. Billie has been single since March 2023. Her last boyfriend was Jesse, and I feel like he was a bad influence for her. Plus, I hated their attire on the red carpet. Nat's last relationship was with Grace Van Patten. They dated from 2017 through 2021, so that's a green flag that he can hold a long-term relationship. But here's Billie, and she's not being shy about her new romance with Nat, and I'm glad that she's happy. I mean, she's obviously happy out here having some champagne, hanging out with her man. Supposedly, their PDA is off the chart, so if you see them at a bar, you might see them in the corner, like, making out or something. But good for Billie. I feel like she's had an interesting roller coaster in the entertainment industry, and I feel like this guy might be the right one.
A touching moment at a local Taco Bell has gone viral, and it started after an employee signs to a deaf customer.
Caleb Francis is your typical 18-year-old, just trying to figure out life after high school. But when it came to choosing electives in school 2 years ago, he knew he wanted to try something a little different. So he took 2 years of sign language, never knowing when or where he would use it. I definitely knew that there was going to become a point where I could use it. But one day, as he was working here at Taco Bell during the day shift, that thought became a reality as a customer who was deaf stood in line, lost and confused. Until Caleb stepped in. He wanted a side of salsa and sour cream, but he didn't know how to order a side of salsa and sour cream. And then we just kind of started communicating a little bit through that. Another customer in line caught the interaction on camera, posted on social media, and that's when it went viral. Caleb tells me for him, it's just about helping someone in need and speaking the language he's grown to love. I think the biggest misconception about all of this is people say oh, you probably made his day so much easier. But what people don't understand is that it is just as exciting for me to get to sign to people. So when someone says, oh, I sign, it's oh, it's so exciting to me.
This heart-stopping video is a stark reminder of the dangers of a young child alone at a pool. But this story has a happy ending. The surveillance video shown by Lawrence, Kansas fire officials is tough to watch. 4-year-old Xavier Rigney gets inside the locked, gated pool at his apartment complex and jumps in. Instantly, the nonverbal child with autism is in trouble. 12-year-old Maddox Westerhouse went for his dad. Some 3 minutes later, Tom Westerhouse jumped the fence, rescued Xavier, and started CPR. After 2.5 minutes, Xavier coughed up water and cried.
Definitely hits home a lot harder having a son myself.
The CDC says drowning is the #1 cause of unintentional death for children between the ages of 1 and 4.
Hi there.
Xavier is back to his energetic ways. His mom, Alexis, who was caring for her 4-month-old when Xavier slipped out, is forever grateful.
He's my best friend, so I don't know what I would do without him.
A fast-thinking father and son saving a little boy.
Hi, Ronnie. I'm Donnie.
Ronnie and Donnie Gallion lived their entire lives face to face. Born in 1951, the conjoined twins defied the odds and lived to be the oldest conjoined twins in the world. Over the years, Inside Edition celebrated many milestones with Ronnie and Donnie. We were with them when they had a dream come true, attending a Dallas Cowboys football game.
Happy birthday.
In 2014, we celebrated when they turned 61. Joined at the sternum, both shared a lower digestive tract. Each brother had his own heart, stomach, and legs.
I came out head first. My brother came out feet first.
As children, to pay for medical expenses, the brothers worked in a circus as a sideshow attraction, where they were treated like celebrities in their hometown of Dayton, Ohio. For the last 10 years, Ronnie and Donnie lived with their younger brother Jim and his wife Mary. Jim says his brothers died from congestive heart failure.
To live 68 years conjoined to your brother, that's a legacy in itself.
The Marine Room restaurant in La Jolla has made waves across San Diego for its picturesque coastal views.
If you've ever been to the Marine Room restaurant, you know the food's great here. But the waves are what is the big attraction. In the past king tide, the waves were crashing over this building.
Having the tide break off the windows, it's truly inspiring. We literally are in the surf. I mean, at times we become the submarine room.
The Kellogg family founded the La Jolla Beach and Tennis Club. The restaurant was rebuilt, but because of World War II, bulletproof glass was installed in the restaurant, and you guessed it, the Marine Room was bulletproof. Just not ocean proof.
And I got a call, water seeping into the Marine Room.
Mother Nature would not be denied.
At some point, they just basically popped out.
But this time, it wasn't the glass that failed.
It was really because the salt water had corroded the steel I-beams.
It took 9 months to rebuild, but Kellogg says the design along the footing is part of the reason the building has survived.
They built the seawalls in a curve. You actually use the wave power to offset what's coming in.
There is shock and outrage tonight after a lifeguard saved a man who was drowning because instead of being hailed a hero, his bosses instead fired him.
When duty called, Tommy Lopez sprinted.
I had a guest come up to me, there's someone drowning. I'm looking, I'm like, I don't see anyone. He's like, they're way down over there. They're way down over there. So I just started running.
Darting past hordes of beachgoers Monday to save a drowning man. Instead of being rewarded, he was fired. You see, the 21-year-old knowingly violated a rule that prevents guards from this privately run lifeguard company from leaving their station to help a swimmer in distress.
I just went over and did what I had to do.
Because someone's life was at stake.
A spokesperson for lifeguard contractor Jeff Ellis Management said, "We have liability issues and can't go out of the protected area." Suddenly, the rule that got Tommy fired launched a mutiny. Tommy's fellow lifeguards leaving en masse, 7 of them, in disgust.
Yeah. What we're basically supposed to do is just watch them die.
They'd made a pact, choosing to save lives instead of their jobs.
It's video that shocked everyone. An alligator nearly tears its trainer's arm off as terrified children watch. 31-year-old Lindsay Bull is returning to work at Scales and Tails, Utah, a reptile zoo in Salt Lake City. Lindsay remembers that she was trying to get the 8.5-foot alligator named Darth Gator to back up when he suddenly clamped down on her wrist.
We got trouble in here!
At the time, everyone assumed Lindsay was dragged into the tank, but she now reveals she jumped in on purpose, thinking it was the best way to fight against the dreaded death roll. Lindsay actually called on moves she learned from years of gymnastics.
Yeah! That's a common thing in gymnastics, that you twist.
As Lindsay struggled, A fearless dad leaped into the enclosure and managed to pin the alligator down until Lindsay could be pulled to safety.
He's just the greatest.
Lindsay removed her bandage to reveal her injuries. Darth Gator ruptured 80% of her tendon. She's already making progress since her surgery last month and is expected to make a full recovery.
The video has more than 2 million views and shows an asphalt crew applying a micro seal to a private street when you hear a pop and see one of the workers dart for the truck.
The second it happens, I mean, he runs up to the back of the truck, and from what it looks like, he takes the sealant right to his face. I just have to commend that guy for risking his own safety for no reason but to ensure that the sealant or the pump was turned off on the back of the truck.
Chris lives nearby, and after hearing that pop, went outside to see a geyser of sealant shooting everywhere.
I walk out my front door and the entire street is covered. The hose busted on the back of the truck, it appears.
Within seconds, 2 properties were blanketed with the sticky substance.
The neighbors' white cars in their driveway, all of their landscaping, the other neighbors' trees, the stucco, the exterior finish of the home, everything was just basically covered. It was just a bunch of emotions of feeling very sorry for the owners of the home and the vehicles, but then obviously you have empathy towards the workers. It was nobody's fault. Accidents happen.
He says this is the latest hazard neighbors are finding.
We don't understand why.
When Dennis Sackett brought his car in for a tune-up, he learned a small silver nail was stuck in his tire.
It was right back here. And
Sackett says he didn't think much of it, chalking it up to bad luck, and replaced the tire.
I didn't even think about the nails at that time. But then a few months later, I ended up getting the nail in the back tire on the other side.
It was around that time neighbors started talking, saying they were finding roofing nails like these scattered in the streets.
It isn't accidental. It's somebody doing it on purpose.
People started finding the small silver nails in October. A few weeks later, someone started covering the nails in electrical tape. Etta Smith has 2 boxes full of nails. Some are silver, the others are painted black, making them tough to spot in the street. She picks them up during her walks through the neighborhood.
Some days we'll pick up 20 nails, 25 nails, and other days, maybe 4 or 5.
Now he's asking neighbors to turn their home security cameras to face the street, hoping to catch who's ever throwing these nails.
Ring video goes viral in Texas, showing an officer taping a bag of unknown opaque white liquid on a man's front door.
What the fuck is that?
But the Lubbock Police Department says it may not be what you think. It all started when a Lubbock radio host known as JR called non-emergency police after finding a bag of white liquid taped to his door. Ring security video shows an officer taping the bag back onto the door before knocking.
I'll be able to get the 303 references call still, guys.
The DJ took to Twitter saying, quote, Lubbock police told me the officer thought the bag of milk was mine and was returning it. Am I being punked right now? Lubbock police took to social media to clear up the internet rumors, saying the responding officer spoke with someone who told him an opaque white liquid that appeared to be milk was left in a bag. The officer then returned it to what he believed was the correct department.
A group of individuals set fire to a forest in Idaho today in order to lure firefighters and other first responders to that forest fire. That group of people set up in trees and other places in the forest and opened fire on the firefighters. There are 2 firefighters dead. They've been ambushed. Others have been shot. No one has been caught yet. There are multiple shooters. Absolutely tragic, absolutely awful situation right now in Idaho. Firefighters were ambushed while they were responding to the brush fire. At least 2 are dead. The bodies are still on the mountain. Sniper fire. Possibly multiple shooters because this sheriff in his press conference said it was coming from multiple angles. 0 suspects in custody. Unfortunately, there is a belief that this could go on for a little bit because they can't find these people. It was a plan. They may be wearing camo. The force is huge. The first responders are some of the most brave individuals in our country, and a lot of the time their job is thankless, and for this to happen to them is just prayers to the families of those that are affected that are still, they don't know, I'm at a loss for words.
Massive explosion at the fireworks factory in Yolo County, California. This is from the KCRA-3 copter. As you can see, the fireworks are going nonstop. CAL FIRE Sonoma Lake Napa unit has sent their Boggs helicopter. I believe 612 is the name of the helicopter. As you can see, they are on scene assisting at the scene of this commercial fire. Obviously, the commercial endeavor is a fireworks factory. 2 homes have been destroyed. This is on Highway 16, Oakdale Ranch Lane in Esparto, California, which is in Yolo County. And again, the Boggs copter did respond with resources to assist. They also have ground units, as you can see where Esparto is. Absolutely unbelievable.
Breaking news. Texas is sinking and the worst is yet to come. The water has swallowed everything. And according to meteorologists, the most destructive phase hasn't even started. Texas is facing the worst flood in its modern history, but the next 48 hours could be even more catastrophic. Cities like Austin, San Antonio, and Houston are completely submerged. Entire neighborhoods are gone. Sirens blare nonstop. Families climb onto rooftops with children in their arms begging for help. Officials confirm this flood has already broken every record. Schools, hospitals, and highways have been destroyed. Videos show cars being swept away like paper and homes collapsing in seconds. Drones captured images of children being pulled to safety by volunteers using ropes. In some areas, the water has reached the second floor of buildings. And the scariest part, another massive storm is closing in fast. Dams are at the brink. The ground can't absorb any more water, and helicopters are struggling to land. The National Guard is evacuating entire communities, while thousands of people sleep in emergency shelters without electricity, clean water, or any idea if they'll have a home to return to. Authorities are asking for calm, but desperation grows by the hour. Comment part 2 to see real footage recorded by Texas residents.
All right, so I know a lot of people talk trash about the U.S. Coast Guard, especially inside the military community for some reason, but today it's time to give credit where credit's due. So Petty Officer 3rd Class Scott Ruskin, who's a 26-year-old Coast Guard rescue swimmer from Oxford Township, New Jersey, has been credited with saving 165 lives during the Texas floods over the 4th of July weekend in 2025. Petty Officer 3rd Class Ruskin played a pivotal role in rescuing these 165 people, including a lot of people primarily from Camp Mystic. Ruskin was the only triage coordinator on the ground at Camp Mystic, managing medical care for the injured and directing rescue operations. His leadership was critical in organizing the chaotic scene, ensuring survivors were prioritized and evacuated efficiently. Not only did he absolutely knock it out of the park, but this was his very first rescue mission since completing his training as an aviation survival technician in 2024. Despite having no experience other than the schoolhouse, he demonstrated exceptional courage and competence and set the example for others to emulate across the entire DoD and DHS. And I hope they pin a medal on this guy's chest.
Breaking news, Trump said there was nothing he could do, but it was Mexico who stepped up to save lives. While the floodwaters swept away homes, families, and hope in South Texas, the governor appeared on television, his voice shaking, saying his hands were tied, that he had no resources, no way to help. But someone did. From across the river, without cameras, without promises, hundreds of Mexican rescuers crossed over on their own. They came with backpacks on their shoulders, trained dogs by their side, and hearts full of faith. They didn't wait for orders. They didn't ask for permission. They just heard the cry of a neighbor, and they answered. And now, in the mud and rubble of cities like Laredo, Eagle Pass, and Mission, the loudest voices aren't speaking English. They're speaking Spanish. Mexican voices saying, "Hold on, we're here." Because while Trump locks himself in his office and the governor throws his hands up to the sky, Mexico is waist deep in the water, pulling people out alive. Today, Texas faces its worst climate disaster in years. The first to react was not Trump, but the people arrested in the United States. So ask yourself, if you believe Trump's immigration policies are wrong,
we do not want more of Biden's mandates attached to keeping Biden's money.
But these people are communists. They hate America. They're teaching it in our schools. They're invading the border as we speak. I don't think we should take any money from the federal government because they can't be trusted.
Now, we don't need these funds here. We've done just fine. And we'll get by without them. But you spend this money, you're signing a contract with the devil, and the devil's in the White House.
If you vote to keep Biden's money, I will hold you personally responsible and personally liable.
The Biden regime has proven to be tyrannical and anti-American. There is no part of this administration that has the good of America or Americans at heart. We want no part in anything coming down from the federal government. This is Texas, and Texans can take care of Texas.
And I don't believe we should take the money. We should not have it. I don't trust our federal government. I don't think that they're truthful with us. And in these days and these times or whatever, we can't afford to make a mistake.
In a story that stunned the nation, 2 young children swept away by a flash flood have been found alive under circumstances that defy all logic. 5-year-old Sophia and her 7-year-old brother Leo were playing in their backyard when a sudden flood turned the streets into raging rivers. They vanished instantly. Rescue teams and volunteers searched tirelessly for over 24 hours. Hope was fading. But this morning, a police helicopter spotted the children on a tiny mud island, surrounded by powerful waters. No one can explain how they got there, let alone survived. Even more shocking, when rescuers reached them, the kids weren't crying. They were calmly playing with stones. When asked how they got there, Sophia said, "A pretty lady in a shiny dress pulled us out of the water and told us to wait." Now, eyes are turning to the developer who ignored flood warnings, insisting nature should adapt to progress. There's no scientific explanation, but many are calling it a miracle. Do you believe an angel saved them?
Look at this video here. As they say, when it rains, it pours. Definitely did that at the 28th Street subway station in Chelsea tonight. Gushing water just added to the miserable commute.
Here at the 96th Street station on the Upper West Side. Now, again, that rainfall, it came down, it stopped trains, and it stranded passengers. This is the 28th Street station. This is the one line in Chelsea. That water gushing through the platform. That is not a fire hydrant. That is water just overcoming the platform. It was taken by a commuter who shot it from a train near the turnstiles. The water overwhelmed the subway drainage system this evening, turning platforms into rivers. Now, crews were seen cleaning up the mess once that water subsided. The MTA says several subway stations experienced flooding, and that led to delays, including on the A, B, C, D, R, and F lines that were all impacted. Over at the 34th Street station at Penn Station, one of the busiest in the city, also saw water pooled on platforms as riders carefully maneuvered through it. Now, subway riders, they're used to delays, but once again, they had no choice.
It is super frustrating. Like, people just want to go home.
A truly horrible and unusual accident. Nassau County Police say a 61-year-old man was magnetically pulled into an MRI Wednesday while wearing a large metal chain. He apparently walked into an unauthorized area at Nassau Open MRI in Westbury while a scan was underway, and he was drawn into the machine. He's now in critical condition.
That really made me upset because that should never happen.
Police say the victim is from Long Island and was not a patient. Rather, he was at the facility with someone else. Nassau Open MRI, which has several other locations, offers both open and closed scans. At nearby North Shore University Hospital, medical professionals say they're shocked and that rigorous safety protocols should be in place to avoid attracting metal objects.
If this was a chain that was wrapped around the neck, I could imagine any kind of strangulation injuries that could happen, asphyxiation, cervical spine injuries. If the patient was slammed against the MRI, any kind of blunt force trauma that we can think about could happen.
To the latest on that Royal Caribbean cruise heading back to New Jersey this morning after getting caught in hurricane-force winds.
That ship is expected to return here tomorrow morning so they wouldn't have to endure yet another storm. Some of the first-hand accounts from passengers are really quite terrifying. Take a look at this new video. Rough seas ultimately causing the Royal Caribbean cruise ship to turn around. This morning, the ship is on its way back to New Jersey after hurricane-force winds gusting over 100 miles per hour and 30 to 40-foot waves prevented it from making it to its final destination of the Bahamas. Passengers used cell phones to capture scenes that looked like they were right out of the Titanic. Flying furniture and shattered glass as massive waves pounded the anthem of the seas. The captain ordering the 4,500 passengers and 1,600 crew members to stay in their rooms for hours. Royal Caribbean apologized to passengers in a statement Monday, adding, "While the weather was unpleasant, the ship remained seaworthy at all times. We thank the captain and crew for guiding the ship safely back to better weather." The cruise line is promising a full refund to all passengers and a 50% discount for a future cruise.
It is a sight to see the signs in front of this Cleveland Heights home after dealing with crash after crash.
Off South Taylor Road,
There's flashing lights, a speed bump, and even rocks.
The city put those rocks in place as what they called temporary measure.
But for John Gao, it's still not enough to keep his home safe from erratic drivers. Gao bought his home in 1996, where the lawn now sits filled with signs at this intersection.
And again, they ignore the problem. The problem is right here. I'm the only one that's ever been hit.
That's because in the past 10 years, he says, 3 cars have crashed into it. Gal says his home used to have a guardrail in front of it, but in the early 2000s, it was removed, and the city won't put a new one in place. All he wants is the peace of mind that a car won't come flying through his wall.
As far as I'm concerned, this house has a giant target on the side. And the city has done nothing to alleviate that.
Until he gets it, Gal plans to keep painting.
To Perth now, where a tornado has torn through an affluent beachside suburb, destroying roofs, downing trees and leaving a costly cleanup bill in its wake.
A freak tornado tearing through City Beach, leaving a trail of destruction. Around 5:30 last night, residents were smacked with dangerous winds. Pieces of roofing ripped off this property, captured on security footage flying into a backyard hundreds of metres away. John says the rain was coming in sideways, shocked at the wild winds.
All the trees in the garden were bending. I thought they're going to be ripped out.
The damage so bad, some residents were forced out for the night as SES crews moved in. There was no warning as a water spout formed fast over the ocean.
You don't tend to see water spouts making that sea to land transition very often. It's a fairly rare occurrence.
The storm cell pushed inland, bringing heavy rain, causing flooding and turning car parks to swimming pools. And as residents and 150 volunteers get to work, we're warned there's more wild winter weather on the way.
Flash flood warning.
This extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer on a flash flood just to the southwest of Paoli, Kansas. You can see that debris from the flash flooding getting swept downstream the Marai del Cygnus River here just to the southwest of Paoli. Big time rainfall has fallen up here. 3 to 4 inches of rain, 1 to 3 inch per hour rainfall rates have been hammering the Flint Hills of Kansas. Weather Prediction Center has a moderate risk for excessive rainfall and flash flooding out here. There is another cluster of heavy rain producing storms moving into this flash flood warning area, and that could lead to life-threatening flash flooding down this river. You can see that thing just churning. Big debris coming down this right over my head here, folks. Debris coming down the Marai del Cygnus River. You can see some of those logs going crazy back over my head there. This is a flash flood warning situation in the Flint Hills of Kansas. Turn around, don't drown.
If you walked outside in Philadelphia today, you may have felt like something was in the air, and you're not alone. While the air quality alert was issued for New Jersey, people here say they could feel a difference. A hazy view of Philadelphia Saturday evening. This is what our camera captured hours before sunset. Maureen Cotterill says she noticed the air quality was off early in the day.
I can't even see, the buildings I typically see every day.
Wildfire smoke from Canada has made it into our region. Air quality conditions make it especially unhealthy at the Jersey Shore, with an air quality alert issued for the entire state. Air quality was considered unhealthy at times Saturday for sensitive groups. According to the CDC, air pollution can make it harder for people with asthma and other respiratory diseases to breathe. The health agency says if the air quality index predicts a code orange day, you don't have to cancel your plans, but you could adjust activities.
A massive earthquake just hit the east coast of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula on July 29th, 2025. The U.S. Geological Survey just recorded it as an 8.0 on the Richter scale, while the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center measured it at an 8.7, meaning that this was one of the top 10 earthquakes that's been measured since we've been measuring earthquakes. Now, the U.S. Tsunami Warning System from the National Weather Service said that the magnitude was 8.7, and they've issued a tsunami warning for Hawaii as well as tsunami watches for the entire west coast of America. They also put out a bulletin that said a tsunami warning is issued for the state of Hawaii effective at 2:43 p.m. HST Tuesday, July 29th, 2025. They even said that a tsunami has been generated that could cause damage along coastlines of all the islands in the state of Hawaii. Urgent action should be taken to protect lives and property. So if you're in Hawaii right now, you need to be getting to higher ground immediately, and you need to pass the word to everybody else. Apparently, they're going to issue further messages hourly or sooner as conditions warrant until the threat to Hawaii has passed.
Maximum alert in the United States. An unprecedented tsunami could hit the United States at any moment after a massive 8.7 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast of Russia. As of now, Hawaii, Alaska, California, Oregon, and Washington are on full alert. Authorities confirmed that waves up to 8 meters high could hit the U.S. coastline in the coming hours, bringing destruction and putting millions of lives at risk. Sirens are already sounding in Hawaii, and residents are being urged to immediately move to higher ground. In California and Oregon, emergency teams have begun evacuating areas near the coast. Reports from Japan and Russia show entire cities submerged within minutes of the first waves hitting. And now, the United States could be next. Authorities warn even small waves can be deadly. Dangerous currents can continue for hours after the tsunami's arrival. If you know someone in coastal areas, warn them now. If you are in a risk zone, evacuate immediately. Share this information before it's too late.
A state of emergency is now in effect for New York City and New Jersey as a powerful storm unleashes torrential rain across the East Coast. Rainfall rates could hit up to 3 inches per hour, with some areas possibly seeing up to 8 inches total. Governor Kathy Hochul urged early dismissals and warned of a dangerous evening commute. New York City has issued a travel advisory through Friday, and its emergency flood plan is active. Acting New Jersey Governor Tahisha Wei also declared a state of emergency, urging residents to stay off roads unless absolutely necessary. The storm began earlier this afternoon and may continue through the night. With saturated ground, flash floods, rock slides, and travel disruptions are all major concerns. This system hits just 2 weeks after deadly storms flooded New York City subways and killed 2 in New Jersey. Officials warn tonight's impact could be just as severe.
We got breaking news as an earthquake just hit New York City, y'all. Damn, y'all, they can't catch a break. They just got hit with flooding. Now a 3.6 earthquake. A 3.6 is not too crazy, but it's crazy that it just happened in New York. That's the epicenter, y'all. These earthquakes is becoming more frequent in places that we don't usually see them. Didn't just the other day in New York, a pothole blew open? I'm lost. What the fuck is going on right now, y'all? If you're in the New York area right now and you felt this earthquake, I need y'all to type in down below in the comments. Y'all, this shit is getting wild, fool. We just had an 8.8 that triggered a tsunami and tsunami warnings. Now New York getting hit with an earthquake. Where else about to get hit with an earthquake? Everybody got to keep their eyes on the ring of fire. But y'all, like I said, y'all let me know how y'all feel about this New York earthquake, y'all. This shit crazy.
So yesterday, July 16th, 2025, around 12:37 p.m. Alaska time, the Alaskan Aleutian region was hit with a 7.3 magnitude earthquake. And to make matters worse, people in the area got an emergency alert warning them about a possible tsunami. Roughly 54 miles southeast of Sand Point, Alaska, people were still able to feel the after effects, the tremors. However, luckily, no casualties or significant infrastructure damage was reported. Hours later, a second earthquake hit the area, and it was a 5.2 magnitude earthquake. And what's even more crazy is meteorologists state that in the next upcoming days that this area will experience more earthquakes. Is this a call from the man above letting people know that, hey, something ain't right? I'm just gonna say I'm glad that no one lost their life. We're gonna stay tuned for more to see what transpires in Alaska in the upcoming days.
Breaking. Krasheninnikov volcano erupts after 600 years. Triggered by Kamchatka's 8.8 magnitude quake. 5 dead, dozens missing. On August 3rd, The ancient Krasheninnikov volcano on Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula erupted violently, sending a towering 7-kilometer ash plume into the sky. Scorching lava and pyroclastic flows buried a research station and tourist campsite, leaving 5 dead and at least 32 missing. This catastrophic eruption was set in motion by the colossal 8.8 magnitude earthquake that struck Kamchatka on July 29. The seismic rupture unleashed a chain reaction of volcanic activity, and Krasheninnikov's awakening is just the beginning. Only 30 kilometers away, the Klauchevskoye volcano also erupted, with rivers of molten rock and devastating mudslides obliterating villages and cutting off critical roads. Kamchatka now lies in a landscape of fire and ruin. Authorities have declared a state of emergency. Aftershocks continue to shake the region. Air routes are disrupted, and tsunami alerts remain active. This is more than a natural disaster. It's the raw eruption of Kamchatka's heartbeat.
That was not a hurricane. That was not a natural disaster. That was mass genocide. That was all about a land grab. That was all about gentrification. This reminds me of exactly what happened in Oscarville, Georgia, when it was flooded and they created Lake Lanier. 20 years later, and the truth is finally starting to come to the light. Everything the media told us 20 years ago was an absolute lie. Ryan Coogler just recently came out with a documentary regarding Hurricane Katrina, and it exposed so many things that a lot of us knew for so long. Not only that, there are so many survivors speaking out on TikTok that are sharing their stories, and when I tell you, it is gut-wrenching, it is horrifying, it is horrific. These people lived an absolute nightmare, okay? All I'm going to say is, if you have not watched this documentary, please go watch it. Follow the hashtag, y'all. These stories are so mind-blowing that I can't even put them into words right now. It is unreal, y'all. It heartbreaking.
Breaking news, torrential rainfall has unleashed historic flash flooding across Milwaukee and southeast Wisconsin, prompting a state of emergency and bringing life in parts of the region to a standstill. In just hours, some neighborhoods saw up to a foot of rain, overwhelming drainage systems, flooding streets, and forcing dozens of water rescues. On Saturday alone, Milwaukee recorded 5.74 inches of rain, the city's second wettest day since records began 154 years ago, shattering the previous daily maximum of 1.64 inches. The National Weather Service issued flash flood warnings for multiple counties, including Milwaukee, Ozaukee, Waukesha, and Dodge, warning that conditions remain dangerous. Across the region, roads have been washed out, vehicles stranded, and thousands have lost power. Residents describe the scene as unreal and like something out of a disaster movie. Many say they've never seen the water rise so fast. Others express frustration and fear about the possibility of more storms, with one business owner calling it a nightmare that won't end. Meteorologists warn that additional heavy rain could prolong the crisis. Emergency crews remain on high alert as communities brace for what could be a prolonged and costly disaster.
Tropical Storm Aaron forecast to be the first major hurricane this year. Here's the cone from the National Hurricane Center. It's a tropical storm right now, winds of 45 miles per hour just west of the Cape Verde Islands. It'll move west over the next 5 days, becoming a major hurricane by this weekend. Then, of course, the question is, where does it go from there? Let's show you the steering that is in play from Aaron. There's an upper level area of high pressure, those dark oranges just to the north. That's going to guide it west Thursday, Friday into Saturday. And then the ridge splits in two by this weekend, backs off to the west across the U.S., and then moves to the east across the Atlantic. And that could provide a gap between the two ridges, east and west, for Aaron to escape north and not affect the East Coast. But this is still a week out from when Aaron would make that northward turn. Things can change. We know the forecast gets less accurate the further out that we go.
Breaking news. At 4 a.m. on August 15th, a magnitude 8.9 earthquake struck southern Alaska, shaking cities and sending thousands into panic. The quake's epicenter was just off the coast of Kodiak Island, and it shook Anchorage, Homer, and the Aleutian coast. Buildings collapsed, roads cracked, and entire neighborhoods lost power for an instant. Witnesses described the shaking as violent, rapid, and relentless, lasting nearly a minute. Within minutes, tsunami sirens were blaring across the coast as authorities ordered an emergency evacuation.
It is unclear how many people have died and how many are injured in the rubble. Rescue teams are digging through collapsed homes and damaged buildings, racing against time. The U.S. Geological Survey has issued a strong warning of further aftershocks and landslides. FEMA and the National Guard have been deployed across Kodiak, Anchorage, and Valdez. Residents are urged to stay calm, stay away from coastal areas, and prepare emergency kits. This is one of the strongest earthquakes in Alaska in more than half a century.
Good evening. Queensland has been rocked by one of the most powerful earthquakes in its history. It shook homes, rattled nerves, and the magnitude 5.6 quake struck near Kilkivan, west of Gympie, at a depth of 10 kilometres. It was felt right across Brisbane, on the Gold Coast, and even in the far north. The quake knocked out power to thousands, but thankfully no one was injured.
Queenslanders literally felt the earth move under their feet, shaking houses, rattling punters, waking pets and sending horses scampering. That's how long it's been since the Sunshine State was shaken by an onshore quake this big.
It has been felt from Cairns in Queensland all the way down to Sydney.
It caused some to lose power.
13,000 customers losing power, mostly in the South Burnett and the Fraser Coast areas.
According to experts, had today's quake reached 6.1 magnitude, damage would have been likely. Had it topped 7, it would be considered a major earthquake with serious damage expected.
Spirit Airlines, man, they do it again. They flew out of Philadelphia yesterday and went to San Juan, Puerto Rico, and the passengers had quite a ride. Flight radar shows Spirit Airlines and the passengers, the pilots decided to become hurricane hunters and went through Hurricane Aaron. Look at this flight. Decided to go into the storm, Hurricane Aaron, that had 140 mile an hour winds. That's creating 100-foot waves in the Atlantic Ocean. And these pilots decided to fly through the daggone storm. Spirit Airlines, get your crap together. I'm sure these passengers did not enjoy the turbulence that came from their flight from Philadelphia to San Juan, Puerto Rico. I mean, could you not just fly around the storm, but you had to fly through the storm? Oh my God.
And staying on the East Coast, Hurricane Aaron is wreaking havoc to summer vacation plans as the Category 2 storm barrels north. Now, Aaron is not on track to make landfall, but it is expected to cause rip currents for days, all the way from Florida up to New England. And mandatory evacuation orders are in place for parts of North Carolina.
The waves are going to be huge that come in. They're going to create a lot of overwash. They're going to close the roads on Hatteras, may damage the roads. And so those things cause the problems. They cause the flooding. And
well, I tell you what, it's up and down the East Coast. It's not just here. I mean, it's all the way from Florida, all the way to southern New England. Many beaches in New Jersey and New York have been shut down for good reason. I mean, these waves come in and, you know, every 100 yards or so, there'll be a channel of outgoing water that will rip you out to sea. And we've had dozens of rescues just down the way at Wrightsville Beach the past couple of days. So they've had no choice but to shut down some of these beaches. But that's how dangerous they are. And they can take even the strongest swimmers out to sea and have some devastating effects. So please just stay out of the water until this storm is long gone.
We have a new update with the Hurricane Aaron flooding situation in the East Coast. Wow. Okay, so if you haven't heard the news by now, Hurricane Erie is here and it has caused mayhem, flooding places like Charleston, Wildwood, New Jersey, and the Outer Banks. The craziest thing is most communities on the beach have began the flood, and if you want to travel, you're going to have to do it by canoe to get around. This is no joke, because some of the houses are fighting to stay alive before they might be sucked into the ocean. The most insane thing about this whole story is somebody in Wildwood, New Jersey was trying to relax in the ocean during the hurricane while the police were trying to get him to come to shore before he got swept away. Obviously, Charleston floods a lot, but this time it is significantly worse than it usually is, and there's no telling when the storm is really going to end and when the water is going to dissipate and start to go away. It's a really sad situation going on, but obviously a hurricane like this comes around this time of year, but it usually doesn't hit the East Coast this this bad, especially New Jersey, so this is something new that they usually don't experience. Make sure to share this video to get this story out there.
Yup, we are being surveilled 24/7 right now, and they have just released a life-ending bioweapon, and if you see this coming, it might already be too late to run. People in Arizona were terrified after an over 4,000 feet high dust storm had blacked out the entire city and the entire sun at once, with many saying they couldn't even see a foot ahead of them with the lights on, and they not only are trapping us inside, but they are coming for us. Haunting videos show a poison-like gas seeping into people's homes, getting people sick, with many saying their noses, eyes, and throats are burning, having huge headaches, and a fever, all breaking out immediately once the storm hit. And other eerie videos show it being daylight hours, but pitch black, not only decreasing visibility to 0, but putting every single person on the road or at home unable to see those lurking behind them. But it gets worse as a record-breaking rainstorm hit right after, pouring down 15% of Arizona's annual rain in just minutes. And many are warning they are making sure our population does not get any bigger. Many who live in Arizona say these storms happen.
This morning, the ship is on its way back to New Jersey after hurricane force winds gusting over 100 miles per hour and 30 to 40-foot waves prevented it from making it to its final destination of the Bahamas.
The ship was really rocking back and forth and tipping side to side.
Passengers used cell phones to capture scenes that looked like they were right out of the Titanic, flying furniture and shattered glass as massive waves pounded the anthem of the seas as it moved right into a rough storm off the Carolina coast not long after leaving New Jersey over the weekend. The captain ordering the 4,500 passengers and 1,600 crew members to stay in their rooms for hours.
The amount that things were shifting around our room was a little frightening.
4 passengers suffered minor injuries. Now some on board blame the captain.
I'm really concerned about the captain's judgment in this situation. I really resent the fact that he put 6,000 people's lives at risk, taking us into a storm that was predicted.
Royal Caribbean apologized to passengers in a statement Monday, adding, while the weather was unpleasant, the ship remained seaworthy at all times. We thank the captain and crew for guiding the ship safely back to better weather.
Category 4 Hurricane Kiko is heading towards Hawaii. Here's what to expect and not to expect with this powerful storm. Hurricane Kiko rapidly intensified Wednesday in the Pacific Ocean into a powerful Category 4, with top winds up to 145 miles per hour. Yet another example of a hurricane undergoing rapid intensification amongst extremely warm waters. But a hurricane heading towards Hawaii and hitting Hawaii are two different things. They rarely make it all the way there, as a combination of hostile trade winds and cooler ocean water tend to weaken the storms before they get there. And that is exactly what we expect to happen with Kiko, as the forecast calls for the storm to weaken to a tropical storm before it reaches the islands on Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. But don't let your guard down, Hawaiians. Kiko could still bring impacts to the island, such as flooding rainfall and gusty winds. And the storm doesn't have to make landfall to have an impact.
This is a breaking news story. There has been a 7.7 not reviewed earthquake off the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia. I have been expecting this movement. I have posted many times on this movement. I do not know if there is a tsunami warning in effect. If you are in a low-lying area, you need to tune into your local news. You need to set your earthquake apps. You need to do whatever you need to in the Pacific Rim. Again, this was a 7.7 unreviewed earthquake that is struck on the Kamchatka, right next to the Kamchatka Peninsula, in the area that I was concerned about, up near the corner where it meets the Aleutian Trench. The Aleutian Trench is now going to have to respond, and other areas on the Pacific Ocean may be next. I'm not meaning that in a panic sense, but in the fact that there will be some adjustment somewhere, and that adjustment more than likely will be somewhere along the Pacific. I have been mentioning this. Seismologists have been mentioning this. Now is your time to keep your shoes on, check, and be aware for the next 48 hours for aftershocks or further movement.
Next, the frightening end to a holiday cruise. Carnival's Sunshine was heading back to Charleston, South Carolina, when it sailed right into a storm. Choppy seas and white-capped waves battering the ship for hours. Passengers recording water dripping from the ceiling of their rooms and soggy carpets in the hallways. Some claiming they heard nothing from the captain or the crew for hours.
Tonight, dramatic video showing the Carnival cruise ship Sunshine battling hurricane-force winds. The 14-deck, 900-foot-long ship sailing straight into a dangerous storm Friday night. Those winds kicking up enormous waves, sending sea spray even to the upper decks, and hissing past portholes. whitecaps as far as the eye could see. Passengers left to slosh through waterlogged halls. The Sunshine attempting to return from the Bahamas to its Charleston, South Carolina port.
And it was shaking us so violently, like we couldn't do anything. We didn't eat any restaurants. We had no relaxation, nothing at all.
After warning the ship was heading into a storm, vacationers say the crew left them for hours without an update. But added that some of the worst weather occurred in the overnight hours when announcements are not typically made. Thankfully, there were only minor injuries here.
A man in northern India survived a deadly flood by holding onto a utility pole for hours before he was finally rescued. Monsoon rains in the region have been relentless, taking the lives of more than a dozen people. In just a week, rainfall has piled up to over half a foot, sending rivers rushing past their banks and forcing hundreds of families to leave everything behind. In some towns, entire buildings were swept away, while residents crowded into temporary shelters. Along the Thames River, dramatic video shows the man gripping a pole as fast-moving water swirled around him, chest deep. Rescuers threw a rope across the current, reached him from the opposite bank, and slowly pulled him back to higher ground. After hours in the flood, he looked exhausted, but somehow still in good spirits. The disaster has left entire communities shaken. Floods and landslides have already taken lives, and with many people still missing, the toll is expected to rise. Search teams are moving through villages, picking through the wreckage in hopes of finding survivors.
Well, this extreme weather leading to extreme flooding and mudslides in Southern California. Viewers have been sending in their videos all day, and one woman in Oak Glen captured the moment the area became engulfed in debris.
A late summer storm packing a muddy punch in the San Bernardino Mountains, where this massive mudslide in Oak Glen caught homeowners off guard. Air 7 capturing these aerial images of the vast muddy mess hitting an Oak Glen restaurant and home hard. And in Forest Falls, the mud also inundating several homes, a portion of this property covered up to the second story. Portions of Highway 38 leading up to Big Bear closed tonight, impassable after today's mud and debris flows. Caltrans working to clear the roadway and restore access as cleanup efforts continue into the night.
We have several operations ongoing for assessment of damage. So we have dozers, we have hand crews that are out here that are going to pave a way for the search and rescue to come in and be able to look and see if there's anyone that needs to be further rescued.
This is a late Sunday evening update here. I'm at the Weather Channel, just a couple of local weather hits, but I want to give you an update on Super Typhoon Regasa, which is just an incredible beast. Underwent an eyewall replacement cycle, expanded its wind field, is a Category 5, and has estimated winds that could be up to 180 miles per hour, and unfortunately is about to make a direct landfall on Babutan Islands. It's going to go through the Luzon Strait south of Taiwan, and then it's going to threaten potentially Hong Kong and a couple other places. You're going to be able to see this island in the eye, directly in the eye, in the middle of the typhoon in a couple of hours. It's going to make a direct landfall on this island, potentially some of the others. So this is the strongest storm we've had so far in 2025. So please send prayers, and just, I hope everyone who is in the path of this beast is doing what they need to do to stay safe.
Texas just got hammered by massive hail and powerful winds as severe storms ripped through the Dallas-Fort Worth area overnight. The chaos was intense. Part of a Walmart distribution center roof was torn off, trucks were damaged, and at an RV dealership, vehicles were flipped, leaving one person critically injured. Residents described hailstones pelting down with the storm, while strong gusts scattered debris across highways and parking lots. Emergency crews worked through the night to restore power and clear damaged areas. This system isn't done yet. It's pushing east into Oklahoma and Arkansas, bringing more threats of large hail, damaging winds, flash flooding, and even possible tornadoes into early Tuesday. It's a sharp reminder that severe weather can hit fast and hard, even at the start of fall. Stay alert, stay safe, and keep an eye on those warnings.
The typhoon, called the King of Storms, hammered Hong Kong and southern China, with powerful winds and rain so heavy that seawater rushed through the doors of this Hong Kong hotel and swept through the lobby. At the harbor, rescuers pulled a family to safety, while on the coast, cameras captured storm surges inundating restaurants. In neighboring Macau, streets were underwater as Typhoon Ragasa churned across the South China Sea. The storm making landfall a second time here in China, slamming into Guangdong province, where authorities had evacuated nearly 2 million people to shelters. The strongest tropical storm on Earth this year, Ragasa has cut a path of devastation that started in the Philippines and passed south of Taiwan, where a barrier lake burst, triggering raging floods that killed at least 17 people. Experts say storms like this are only getting worse here due to warming seas and climate change, causing heavier rain that's lasting longer.
We're watching what could be the next named storm in the Atlantic. And the next name on the list? Imelda, an I name. I storms have a concerning track record. They usually come at hurricane season's peak, when storms can explode in strength, and they've been some of the worst. Hurricanes that are really devastating have their names retired, never to be used again. And there have been more I names struck from the list than any other. Take Category 5 Hurricane Ivan in 2004, one of the most powerful storms of what was one of the worst seasons in history. Then Ike, 4 years later, was one of the largest Atlantic hurricanes on record. Hurricane force winds extended more than 100 miles from the center and produced extreme storm surge in Texas. 2021's Ida exploded in strength before making landfall in Louisiana, going from a depression to a Category 4 hurricane in just 3 days. It devastated the Gulf, and then its remnants battered the Northeast. To date, 14 I-named storms have been retired. That's 15% of the list. As far as Imelda, this year, time will tell.
We have Imelda. Now look, it's no Humberto. That storm, a Category 4 hurricane powerhouse, spinning north of the Leeward Islands. Winds right now 150 miles per hour. It's causing swells up to 40 feet. But Imelda is the new kid on the block. Right now, it's still getting organized near the Bahamas. Winds topping out at about 40 miles per hour, and it is expected to strengthen into a hurricane this week. Tropical storm warnings have been posted for the Bahamas, while tropical storm watches have been posted up and down the east coast of Florida. Now, here's the good news. Humberto already starting to hook out toward the Atlantic, and by midweek, Imelda is expected to do the same. A strong high-pressure system will act like a shield across the east coast, blocking both storms from taking a direct hit on the U.S. mainland. Still, dangerous surf and rip currents will pound beaches from the Carolinas all the way up to New England. So, we have 2 tropical systems in the Atlantic this week, and while steering currents and that wall of high pressure will keep them out to sea, there are still plenty of potentially dangerous impacts to the U.S. So if you're near the water, stay sharp.
And as you enjoy the holiday weekend, some couldn't wait for it to end because of a cruise nightmare. And we're getting some shocking new video tonight from aboard a Carnival cruise ship that sailed through a violent storm off the South Carolina coast. It got battered by ferocious winds and waves, leaving passengers anxious and outraged.
Tonight, a swirling storm of outrage in the fallout of a nightmare voyage.
You're hitting some hella waves.
Panicked passengers, seasick, scared, and hunkering through hurricane-force winds. As the hull of the Carnival Sunshine took a 12-hour severe storm beating.
I have never been so scared.
Passenger Sharon Tutrone says it felt like the captain cruised directly into the eye of a major developing storm.
We were flying blind with our lives in someone else's hands.
According to weather data, the ship observed 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the threat of 17-foot swells. Tutrone says the worst part, almost no communication from the captain or crew through nearly a dozen terrifying hours. The ship finally docking in Charleston Saturday night, some 9 hours after it was scheduled.
A devastating sight. 6 homes collapsed one after the other from Mother Nature's fury. It all happened in the span of just 45 minutes, the result of coastal flooding that hit the Outer Banks of North Carolina from Hurricanes Humberto and Imelda. Now imagine the heartbreak of this woman. That's her beloved dream house crashing into the water.
How difficult was it for you to see your house destroyed on social media?
It was still hard to believe, and still is today.
This is Christy Robertson's home before it was swept away. She even gave it a name, Infinity. She's owned it for 20 years. Christie spent many wonderful sunsets relaxing on the deck.
Everything I cherished was in the house.
Storms have been causing beach erosion for years, and since 2020, 18 homes have been destroyed along this stretch of magnificent shoreline. As she watched helplessly as her dream house collapsed, all she could do was hold on to the memories.
A desperate rush to rescue hundreds of hikers stuck near the world's tallest mountain. A blizzard left nearly 1,000 people trapped on Tibet's eastern slope of Mount Everest. Freezing temperatures and heavy snow putting local villagers and rescue teams on a race against the clock. Alan Arnett is a mountaineering coach who has climbed Mount Everest.
It's going to be a massive human effort in order to reach those people.
While some have already been rescued, many still reportedly stuck at an altitude of 16,000 feet. Hiker Chen Gu Shuang made it out, but some in her group still recovering from hypothermia. She says the unexpected snowstorm was really frightening, adding she worried that lightning might strike their camp and kill them. The monsoon causing snowfall Friday evening and Saturday.
Normally, we don't see this type of heavy disaster happening this time of year.
But Arnett says when you're approaching Everest, you have to be prepared for everything.
Yup, America is currently in code red danger and being wiped off the map as we are not only experiencing a biblical level tornado like the Bible describes, but it will not rest until we are all gone. People were terrified after Enderlin, South Dakota experienced a record-breaking EF5 tornado that literally sandpapered crops, leaving fields barren, forests being chopped cleanly in half, leaving stumps, with the Bible warning with the verse Jeremiah 30:23 and Luke 21:11 that our Lord will send whirlwinds and cause famine near the end. Hunting reports show wind speeds at almost 300 miles an hour and several train cars and tanks flying almost 500 feet away from the train tracks. Tall steel transmission towers being bent in half and their tornado's diameter spanning over a mile, leaving many people no time to escape or leave. But it gets worse as homes that were leveled and firmly built were ripped from the ground all without warning. With many experts saying storms like this are happening more frequently, are getting stronger.
A major 6.6 earthquake has struck today, October the 7th, 2025, and scientists have just issued a new mega quake warning. They're saying that a double quake could strike the U.S. Pacific West Coast. Scientists say they're saying the warnings of the big one is not one fault, but they believe multiple faults coming together, triggering each other simultaneously. So you can see it, a twin threat. Two major West Coast earthquake faults may be linked, so one could trigger the other. They are coming. Scientists warn that destructive super shear earthquakes could devastate California. Strong 6.6 magnitude earthquake strikes northern Papua New Guinea. Now, there have been no immediate reports of damage or casualties, no tsunami warnings. But however, going back to California, take a look at the activity that's been happening. Today, October the 7th, earthquake measuring 2.1 shakes region close to Belden, California. 2.7 magnitude earthquake rumbles near San Jose. Astronomers are sounding the alarm over dangerous.
With another powerful quake in the Philippines, this time jolting parts of Mindanao and the Visayas, the magnitude 7.4 tremor struck off the waters of Davao Oriental at 9:43 this morning. PHIVOLCS says the quake hit about 62 kilometers southeast of Manay town at a depth of 20 kilometers. The tremor was felt at intensity 5 in Davao City and in other parts of Davao, Cotabato, and Sarangani. The agency also issued a tsunami warning. Meanwhile, government is now assessing the situation on the ground. President Marcos says search, rescue, and relief operations are already being prepared. General Santos City in South Cotabato, where they also felt the quake this morning. Coronadal City has suspended classes in all levels following this morning's strong quake, and Santos is there with the latest. And over to you. In Coronadal, they felt the earthquake at intensity in some areas due to the residents wanting to return to their homes. They're also feeling aftershocks there after the earthquake struck off the waters of Davao Oriental past 9 this morning.
We do begin tonight back in the U.S. The dangerous nor'easter now taking aim at the Northeast tonight. States of emergency in New York and New Jersey. The powerful storm slamming the East Coast, heavy rain, flooding, and dangerous winds, gusting up to 60 miles per hour from the Carolinas up through New York City, straight up into New England, Boston, and Cape Cod.
Tonight, powerful wind gusts, surging surf, and torrential rain. Millions in the path of a slow-moving nor'easter that's wreaking havoc as it crawls up the East Coast. New Jersey declaring a state of emergency for the wind and the rain, but also for the significant chance of beach erosion and dune breaches. Communities bracing for winds up to 60 miles an hour. In New York City, officials worried about high winds, banning empty tractor trailers from bridges and tunnels. The system slamming the Carolinas on the Outer Banks, where they've already been battered by multiple storms this season. Rainfall rates over an inch an hour in some spots, inundating downtown Charleston. And David, it's low tide here at the beach in Atlantic City, but this is a slow-moving storm. It's going to be around for a while, which means that when high tide rolls back in, the threat of coastal flooding will come back with it. That threat will be with us.
It's real convenient that nobody is speaking about what's going on in Alaska right now. No news coverage, nothing. So a typhoon hit Alaska with Category 4 hurricane winds. This typhoon destroyed several native villages in Alaska. Jump down the rabbit hole. You'll see people's homes floating. You'll also see plots where homes used to be not there anymore. And again, you'll see that nobody's talking about this. The only people that's talking about this is on social media. Mind you, they're saying over 20 people are unaccounted for. They can't find them. Missing. Gone. But guess what? It might be way more than 20 people that's missing. It might be way more than 20 people that lost their lives. Now, you also got to remember that FEMA was defunded. No news coverage, and they're saying that help is supposedly on the way. But if nobody's reporting these stories, letting people know what's going on, how do we know that help is really going to get there? Let me say this to you again. Homes are being swept away. This typhoon brought hurricane winds and flooding to Alaska in rural areas. Alaskans need help.
A microburst hitting Tempe Monday. This apartment complex near Southern and Mill getting hammered. Trees falling on several of the apartment buildings. Folks trapped inside until Tempe Fire and Medical could help them get out. See some folks climbing down ladders. Others waiting on their pets who were trapped inside. Thankfully, Tempe Fire and Medical says there were no injuries here, but several dozen folks will be displaced. The American Red Cross now assisting them, trying to get a shelter open and finding them places to stay. They say there are about 50 units affected, and there could be as many as 100 people who are displaced.
He's doing a lot better now that he's out and able to see people too. But I'm just glad that everyone's okay.
I don't know where we are going to stay. Yeah. We don't have any place here. We don't know anyone.
It is really, really bad.
$12,600 dead so far, 32,400 missing in Mexico. The storms, the hurricane, the flooding, a lot of displaced families, a lot of people missing, 32,400, and confirmed deaths, 12,600. Shows how bad the infrastructure is that, you know, they knew it was coming. It wasn't like it was a surprise, but the devastation, we're going to be talking about it probably for a few days because this just happened. And again, there's 32,400 missing that were washed away. If you saw any of the videos, and if you haven't, just go to the search bar and put Mexico flooding, and you'll see cars were being washed away, houses were being washed away. It was a sight. And again, they knew it was coming, but couldn't do anything about it because the infrastructure, a lot of the housing is real old. A lot of stuff just got washed away. It was way too much water coming way too fast.
Dramatic new images capturing the devastation in western Alaska as the aftermath of Typhoon Halong wreaks havoc, forcing more than 1,000 evacuations from remote areas. New footage released by the Alaska National Guard shows daring rescues like this woman being hoisted out of her home as it appears to be floating in the water. Exhausted residents sleeping on board Chinook helicopters. It's been a week since more than 6 feet of storm surge and 100-mile-an-hour winds destroyed homes, killing at least one person. At least 2 still missing. Remote coastal towns only accessible by air or water were hit the hardest. In the town of Kipnuk, this drone video showing muddy piles of debris, homes toppled from their foundations. Thousands are currently displaced, with the largest airlift in Alaskan history currently underway. More than 1,600 people evacuated so far and forced to find shelter nearly 500 miles away in Anchorage. The Red Cross is using a 5,000-seat arena to house evacuees.
Scary night for thousands at sea. A cruise ship off the Carolina coast caught in extreme conditions and giant waves. Thousands ordered to stay in their rooms.
Overturned furniture, ceilings giving way, anything that can't be nailed down falling to the ground. A cruise ship trying to steady itself in 30-plus feet waves. These are the first images tweeted from passengers aboard Royal Caribbean's Anthem of the Seas, currently caught in hurricane-force winds off the Carolina coast. The roughly 4,000 people aboard ordered to stay in their cabins. The ship took off from New Jersey Saturday for a 7-day cruise to the Bahamas, but due to the weather's intensity, it will be docking in Cape Canaveral, Florida.
When we looked out the window, you'd see waves that it looked like the height of our balcony. We're on the 7th deck.
Right now, based on what we're hearing from passengers, the worst of the weather may be behind them. Royal Caribbean says the ship's seaworthiness has not been affected and there have been no serious injuries.
Hope you didn't think we were done with hurricane season, because Tropical Storm Melissa just formed in the Caribbean. We're getting close to hurricane season's final month. But the ocean waters here in the Caribbean, where Melissa is located, are at their hottest levels of the year and close to their hottest ever for this region, which is more than enough fuel for Melissa to become yet another strong hurricane. But unlike previous storms this season, Melissa could actually bring its fury to land. The track Melissa will take is still very uncertain, but there are two potential scenarios we're looking at. One, the storm gets caught up by a passing weather system that pulls it across Hispaniola and out to sea. Or Melissa misses that northern system completely, stalls, and strengthens over the bathtub warm waters of the Central Caribbean for several days, and that's going to make it more of a threat to a lot more of the islands and maybe even the U.S. next week. The one thing we know for sure with this storm is it's going to bring heavy tropical downpours that could unleash devastating mudslides.
Whoa, what was that all about? Watch as a chauffeur grabs a crowbar and whacks the window of the car behind. Incredibly, the glass doesn't shatter, and the driver is even able to record the attack on his cell phone in the safety of his car.
I was in shock. I was in shock. I was terrified.
The driver, Shanam Esbaghi, claims it started when the chauffeur rammed him from behind and then went nuts after following him off the freeway in Los Angeles. Police are investigating. Across the country outside Miami, watch this amazing video and hold on tight. The motorcyclist is racing to work when he gets cut off by a driver he just had words with. Keep watching. It looks as if the cyclist is trying to get away by racing down the wrong side of the road. See that Pepsi truck and another motorcycle ahead? He just squeezes through. It's that car in hot pursuit again, and now the driver is shooting video too. This road warrior spits at his foe. They're not even watching oncoming traffic. By some miracle, no one was hurt.
Melissa becomes a hurricane and is expected to rapidly intensify into a major hurricane by the end of this weekend. Melissa is now a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 75 miles per hour, slowly crawling in the Caribbean at just 1 mile per hour, moving up to the west-northwest. Now, this westward movement expected over the course of this weekend as it sits south of Jamaica. From here on out, Melissa has that look, and it is going to continue to intensify. We have hurricane warnings up for the island of Jamaica. We have hurricane watches along with a tropical storm warning in effect for southern Haiti. And this is where those conditions are expected over the course of the next several days. But Jamaica is where final preparations need to be finalized with what is called to be catastrophic impacts to the island. Flooding rain, landslides are expected as we get into the end of this weekend into early next week, with a landfall sometime Monday night into early Tuesday morning.
We do begin tonight with breaking news. Major Hurricane Melissa is gaining strength and posing a catastrophic threat to Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean. This satellite image shows the eye of Melissa as it intensified to Category 4 hurricane. The storm has already claimed at least 3 lives in Haiti, flooding streets and destroying homes. It also left a trail of destruction across the Dominican Republic. Jamaica is now preparing for the worst hurricane in decades, with as much as 40 inches of rain and potentially life-threatening flooding. People scrambled to leave the island ahead of the powerful hurricane. All of the airports there are now closed.
Tonight, Jamaica facing catastrophic and life-threatening flooding as Major Hurricane Melissa comes in, with potentially devastating winds and storm surge to follow. Residents stocking up on food and gas. Melissa already claiming multiple lives, including at least 3 in Haiti, flooding streets and destroying homes. In South Florida, volunteers in Doral preparing aid boxes containing food and other basic necessities. Jamaica now bracing for a direct hit from what's expected to be the strongest hurricane on record to make landfall here.
Thousands of American tourists are stranded in Jamaica, and airlines are charging $5,000 for a single ticket home. Flights are canceled, airports are chaos, and with Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 monster tearing toward the island, desperation has become a business. Winds over 165 miles per hour, 40 inches of rain, and warnings of flash floods, landslides, and deadly storm surges. While terrified families huddle in hotel lobbies, airlines quietly push ticket prices through the roof. $5,000 for one seat on a plane, just to escape alive. It's not just bad weather, it's greed at its most shameless. This isn't a hurricane story. It's a story about what happens when human life is priced like a luxury product. Experts say Hurricane Melissa will be one of the most destructive storms in Caribbean history. But the real disaster started long before the winds arrived, when someone decided survival should cost $5,000.
We've never seen a hurricane stronger than Melissa hit anywhere in the Atlantic until the Category 5 slammed into Jamaica on Tuesday. It started with ocean water in the southern Caribbean that was the hottest in the entire Atlantic Ocean, and some of the hottest we've ever seen, as the Caribbean had been untouched by any tropical systems so far in 2025. Melissa's intensification rate puts it among the most explosive growths in history. On Saturday, Melissa went from a tropical storm with 70-mile-per-hour winds to a massive Category 4 with 140-mile-per-hour winds, an increase of 70 miles per hour in only 24 hours. That's double what it takes to officially qualify as rapid intensification. But Melissa wasn't done there. The storm continued to defy odds, getting stronger and stronger by the hour on Monday and Tuesday, and eventually reaching 185 miles per hour, making it the second strongest hurricane on record anywhere in the Atlantic. Melissa is not only the strongest hurricane to ever hit Jamaica, but it's stronger than the previous by more than 50 miles per hour.
A wild storm has smashed Sydney, bringing down trees, trapping drivers and shutting down train lines.
Messy is one word to describe it. Take a look behind me here. You can see this massive tree ripped up from the ground, and as soon as it was up, it was on a collision course with that home. You can see coming to rest on the side, bricks everywhere. There was a family inside. Thankfully, I can report that they are okay. They were not hurt, but they've had to find another place to spend the night because this is an exclusion zone, given the structural integrity there has been compromised. This was a wild storm that rolled through about 5, 6, 7 o'clock last night coming through. It was powerful, bringing wind gusts of about 91 kilometres an hour. We saw a little bit of rain around town as well. Nearby in Holsworthy, 20 millimetres recorded, 19 millimetres at the airport, 16 in Canterbury and 12 millimetres in Penrith. Take a look at this though, dramas on Sydney trains. A tree coming down on the top of a train in the Blue Mountains, knocking out services there. I can tell you that the trains are back up and running this morning. But one of the real dramas in this situation, Jane, was we did have a severe weather warning.
A brutal outbreak of Arctic air begins to push toward the south, and this means business. We're talking about wind chill values plunging down to the teens and the single digit. But yeah, within the next week's time frame, I do see snow breaking out because this pattern, this rare pattern, is going to send in a big dip in the jet stream. I think that secondary front that comes through Sunday, that's the one that means business here. Behind that kickstarts the Great Lakes. Now it's going to really kickstart that warm, moist air that rides over the Great Lakes and sends that moist air into some colder air, and we get lake effect snow into Pennsylvania and New York, and could be some pretty good snow breaking out, but it would mean for a little bit more snow for some areas. New Hampshire, parts of Vermont could see big time accumulating snowfall in this as well. Now it's not just the snow and the cold air, it's the wind. The wind chill values are going to be brutal, stretching as far south as Florida. Check this out, going into Monday's time frame, single digits, teens, and those 20s and 30s showing up as far south as the panhandle of Florida moving forward. It is going to get very, very cold.
Howling winds of up to 150 kilometres an hour, torrential rain. Typhoon Kalmegi arrives in Vietnam, making landfall just before 7:30 p.m. local time. Within minutes, hundreds of calls for help and reports homes had collapsed or been flooded. Recently, storm after storm has smashed the country, this the 13th of the year. Vietnam has, for the past week, been grappling with floods and record rains. Now, 260,000 soldiers are on standby. And if what's happened elsewhere in Asia is any indication, the recovery effort will be significant. Typhoon Kalmegi has already cut a devastating path through swathes of the Philippines. Nearly 200 people are dead there, entire towns flooded. The storm dumped a month of rain on Cebu in just a day. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has declared a state of national calamity, and it could get worse. The Philippines tonight bracing for another severe storm. It's moving from the southeast and could reach super typhoon strength over the weekend.
A major bridge on China's National Highway 317 in Muirking City called the Hongqi Bridge collapsed on the 11th of November of 2025. The Highway 317 connects China to Tibet, which is a pretty rugged mountainous area in China. And the bridge was literally just completed a few months ago in 2025. According to a lot of different sources, apparently what caused this to happen was a major landslide on an adjacent mountainside, which affected the right bank approach ramp, roadbed, piers, and decks, while the main span and left side remained intact. Now, pretty miraculously, there were no casualties or deaths due to this thing being closed proactively and also an evacuation that happened earlier. And the reason for that was probably because they did a routine inspection on November 10th of 2025 when authorities detected an initial slope deformation and cracks along the right bank of the bridge area, including concrete supports and nearby roads. So by the evening, Muirking police immediately closed the bridge to all traffic. They put up a bunch of warning signs all over the place and restricted access to the bridge. By Tuesday, November 11th in the afternoon, the slope deformation intensified into a full-on landslide, causing the partial collapse of the bridge.
This morning, California recovering after a powerful storm soaked parts of the state. 2 to 3 feet of water overtaking the road, according to California Highway Patrol. And down in Southern California, more than 22 million were on high alert, battered by heavy rain. The deluge so intense, some kayaking down residential areas. Sheriff's deputies warning people of debris flows. Burn scars posing the greatest concern. These hillsides are so steep, and the wildfires, they loosened that topsoil, making it that much more vulnerable to mudslides, which is why officials have closed so many busy roads. A mudslide overtaking a highway in Lake Arrowhead. Crews working to assess damage along Pacific Coast Highway and clean up debris.
Yes, after that prolific rain, we've been seeing things calm down just a bit in Los Angeles, some rain to the north, but a second round is on the way. As I said, a bit of a reprieve at the moment, but by 9 p.m. tonight, we have another round of heavy rain getting ready to move through Southern California and Central California. Showers will stick around through tomorrow morning and into tomorrow afternoon.
There's growing controversy today over the president's treatment of a reporter aboard Air Force One. Yep, he really did call a female reporter Piggy as she was peppering him with uncomfortable questions about the Epstein files. This photograph of the moment shows just how angry the president is, thrusting his finger right in the reporter's face. She's Catherine Lucy from Bloomberg News. The president is clearly not happy with all the attention the Epstein scandal is getting. He lashed out again today at another reporter for asking about Epstein.
Mr. President, why wait for Congress to release the Epstein files? Why not just do it now?
I think you are a terrible reporter. You're a terrible person and a terrible reporter.
Trump faced more criticism today from a gathering of Epstein survivors on the steps of the Capitol.
This is not a hoax, and we will not be erased.
Sharon Waxman, the founder and editor-in-chief of the influential showbiz website The Wrap, is comparing Epstein's seedy world to the secret society from the movie Eyes Wide Shut.
That these girls were handed around to powerful people is very much what Eyes Wide Shut was depicting. And if Trump is fighting so hard to not have them released, it really does make you wonder.
The children responsible for the assault have been arrested. The incident occurred as the pregnant woman was walking home. After a group of minors knocked her down, they took turns jumping over her as if playing a vaulting horse game. Her young son rushed into the crowd, shielding his mother's abdomen with his frail body. Despite his tears, a cell phone camera captured this heart-wrenching scene, while the children laughed and completed each shove. Most alarming is that the pregnant woman suffers from sickle cell disease, where any injury could trigger life-threatening complications. What appeared as a childish prank instantly escalated into a life-threatening assault. The judicial system has taken the rare step of holding multiple parties accountable. Not only will the juvenile perpetrators face trial, but their parents will also be prosecuted for parental neglect. The judge explicitly noted in the case file that behind juvenile violence often lies absent family education. Police presence has now been increased around the school, and formal charges have been filed against both the children and their parents to ensure such violence does not recur.
Homeland Security says it has ended its Charlotte's Web operation. Border Patrol arresting more than 275 migrants as part of the crackdown targeting criminal, illegal migrants in North Carolina.
According to Charlotte's mayor and the local sheriff's office, Operation Charlotte's Web is now over. And they say because of that, CBP will no longer be out patrolling the city. But they do say that ICE will be continuing to operate as they always have, allowing them to still detain and apprehend anyone in the country illegally here. But just this morning, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin saying the focus has always been public safety. So far, we know Border Patrol arrested nearly 300 people in Charlotte as part of this operation and will likely get an even higher number sometime soon. Officials saying most of those arrested do have a significant criminal and or immigration history, some with rap sheets, including gang affiliation, assault, and drunk driving. But the operation faced harsh criticism, many saying these agents are racially profiling, and nearly everywhere Border Patrol went, so did agitators.
In a remarkable political moment, Donald Trump showed more warmth toward Zohran Mamdani in a single afternoon than top Democratic leaders have since his election. During their meeting in the Oval Office, Trump praised Mamdani as mayor-elect, saying he had congratulated him on his victory and noted that Mamdani ran a race against a lot of very tough people. That level of praise, observers point out, already exceeds anything publicly offered by Democratic leaders like Hakeem Jeffries or Chuck Schumer. The exchange became even more striking when a reporter asked Mamdani whether he still believed Trump was a fascist. As Mamdani began to respond, Trump lightly tapped him, smiling and telling him, "You can just say it," prompting Mamdani to answer affirmatively. The moment has fueled criticism from within the Democratic base, where some argue that mainstream Democrats appear increasingly disconnected and ineffective as Trump openly embraces a figure they have not strongly supported. Analysts say the interaction highlights growing frustration with the party's leadership and raises questions about its ability to engage with rising progressive voices. A major emergency has been declared at the Port of Los Angeles after an explosion rocked a cargo ship, forcing nearby residents to shelter in place. Authorities say the blast triggered a massive response, with more than 180 firefighters battling the fire aboard the vessel at the nation's busiest port. The Port of Los Angeles confirms that 4 of its 7 container terminals have suspended operations, causing significant disruptions across the area. Fire officials say multiple containers on the ship hold hazardous materials, requiring crews to wear protective suits and oxygen oxygen masks as they work. Air quality is being closely monitored. Residents in San Pedro and Wilmington have been ordered to shelter in place, with officials urging people to go inside immediately, close all windows and doors, shut off air conditioning and heating, and move everyone, including pets, into an interior room until further notice. So far, no injuries have been reported, and all 23 crew members aboard the cargo ship have been safely evacuated. Authorities say the situation is still developing, and emergency teams remain on high alert.
A violent incident at a local restaurant was caught on surveillance video, showing a man attacking two unsuspecting women. The footage reveals a man in a red shirt entering the establishment before suddenly striking one woman with a coffee pot, then turning to assault a second woman, hitting her repeatedly on the head. The woman in white managed to escape to the kitchen, hiding behind an employee, but the attacker followed her and attempted to strike again. As the scene unfolded, other patrons rushed out of the restaurant. The woman in black, after briefly returning to the dining area to retrieve her backpack, was once again targeted by the man, who threw objects at her. In response, the woman fought back, throwing cups and plates at the attacker. Afterward, the man stole a family heirloom, lit the stove in the kitchen, and fled the scene. Police later apprehended 47-year-old Joe Mesa, a homeless veteran with mental health issues and a criminal record, in the restaurant's parking lot. Mesa is currently facing charges of serious assault, theft, and disturbing public order. Heartbreaking news has emerged from Atlanta, Georgia, as beloved TikTok personality Aqua, the goat, also known as Marquita the Goat and the Helicopter Man, has tragically passed away at the age of 24. Known for his vibrant personality, humor, and content related to food reviews, cars, and lifestyle, Aqua the Goat became one of Georgia's most popular and loved social media figures. He amassed over 6.9 million followers on TikTok and 500,000 on Instagram. A native of Columbus, Georgia, Aqua was a student at Georgia State University and a graduate of Shaw High School. His unexpected death has left his fans and followers devastated, though the cause remains undisclosed. Aqua's family, including his father Elsie and mother Sonia Collins, have been central figures in his life, with Sonia also having a presence on social media. Aqua's infectious passion for life and his ability to connect with his audience will be deeply missed. Tributes continue to pour in, with many sending condolences to his family during this incredibly difficult time. Authorities in Maryland are investigating a disturbing case after a man called a radio station claiming he found a dead body in the woods, then disappeared without identifying himself. During the call, the host asked, "Dude, you found a dead body?" The caller calmly replied, "Yes." When the hosts pressed for details, he described discovering human remains at a campsite and even admitted, disturbingly, that he had always wanted to come upon something like this, adding that the body being months old made it nice. The hosts urgently told him to call the police, but the caller admitted he hadn't reported it yet, saying he only dreamed that he called authorities. When asked if the remains were still there, he confirmed they were, last seen 18 days prior, at a location in Frederick County, Maryland. Police later searched the area and confirmed they found a deceased individual in an advanced state of decomposition. The medical examiner is working to confirm the victim's identity, and an autopsy is pending. So far, investigators say there are no signs of foul play. The most unsettling part, authorities still have no idea who the caller is.
It is haunting video of an 18-year-old making his first parachute jump while his mother watched. His chute never opened. Now a judge has found the owner of the skydiving school negligent to the tune of $40 million.
Tyler Turner was thrilled to go skydiving. Fighting back nerves, the 18-year-old taped this video. His mom, Francine, was there to see him off.
That's my mom over there. Hello, very loving mom. Done a lot for me in my life.
Here he is as he makes the big jump. Tragically, the parachute never opened. Tyler plummeted 13,000 feet to his death, attached to his tandem instructor, who was not certified and was also killed. Since the 1980s, the skydiving company in Lodi, California, reportedly has been linked to 20 other deaths. Tyler had a bright future ahead of him. He was looking forward to starting college with a full scholarship to study biomedical engineering, after a judge awarded the family $40 million.
Amid rising tensions, rumors are swirling about a potential U.S. military strike on Venezuela tonight. Reports indicate that 2 F-18 fighter jets from the U.S. Navy were spotted just north of Venezuela, near Aruba, earlier this evening. The jets, identified by their call signs Rhino 61 and Rhino 62, flew at 25,000 feet, raising concerns about possible military action in the region. Adding to the intrigue, a European member of parliament from Poland tweeted an ominous photo of 2 B-2 Spirit bombers with a message reading, "Venezuela, tonight you have been warned." This has sparked speculation about a potential escalation involving U.S. forces. Meanwhile, there are unconfirmed reports that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro may have fled to Brazil, possibly to avoid whatever military action might be unfolding. While these rumors remain unverified, the presence of U.S. military aircraft near Venezuela has heightened fears of an imminent conflict. Motorcycle influencer Karen Sophia, known to her millions of fans as Biker Girl, has died at just 25, leaving her global community devastated. Authorities say the accident happened on the night of November 26th, when Karen attempted to ride between a car and a tractor trailer on her Suzuki Gixxer. She fell, and the larger vehicle struck her. Investigators are now reviewing footage and interviewing witnesses to understand exactly what happened. What makes the tragedy even harder for fans is that just hours before the crash, Karen posted a joyful video washing her bike, laughing, smiling, and excited for her next ride. That final post has now become a memorial space, filled with thousands of tributes from followers who can't believe she's gone. Karen wasn't just a content creator. She built a community centered on courage, freedom, and the love of the open road. Her passion inspired riders around the world, and her sudden loss has left a heartbreaking void in the motorcycle community. This morning, new footage is offering a rare look inside Jeffrey Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the same location prosecutors have described as the center of his alleged network of abuse and exploitation. The video, released by House Democrats, shows sweeping shots of Little St. James Island, Epstein's secluded property featuring a helipad pool and multiple guest houses. Inside, cameras capture eerily pristine bedrooms and bathrooms, a white robe hanging behind a door, and even a room with a dental chair and disturbing male face masks pinned to the walls. A plaque on the floor tiles bears the island's name, a chilling reminder of the property's dark legacy. Lawmakers say these images are part of a broader effort to demand transparency from the Justice Department, as both parties push for the full release of the long-sealed Epstein files. Congress passed, and President Trump signed, a law requiring the Justice Department to make those records public within 30 days. But with just 2 weeks left, pressure is mounting on Attorney General Pam Bondi to explain how her department plans to meet that deadline. We lost a legend last night, Kirihiyori Tagawa, but you may know him as Shang Tsung passed away last night at the age of 75 after suffering a stroke being the true star of the 1995 Mortal Kombat film. He was an icon beloved by many, and I am happy to say that I was able to meet him one time, and I got his autograph at a local convention here in Utah, Mr. Tagawa, along with the voice actors for Raiden. And Jade showed up to do autographs and a panel. And despite the fact that the convention was, we'll say, not well attended, he was exuberant, polite, and friendly. He gave the air of, I'm not just here because they're paying me. I want to talk to the fans, a staple of the Mortal Kombat crew. His reprisal as Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat 11 was one of the things that made that game so exciting and fantastic. Mr. Tagawa was beloved by all fans and coworkers alike, and was a star even outside the Mortal Kombat cultum. Losing him is a blow to all of our childhoods, and I am sorry to hear this news. May God and the elder gods bless his soul, and may he rest in peace. Reports are spreading online after several users claimed their Apple AirPods exploded while in use, raising serious safety concerns for millions of owners. The viral story began when a woman posted a video showing blood and burns in her ear, claiming her AirPods suddenly overheated and burst. Soon after, a Reddit user shared photos of a similar incident, saying his earbuds popped mid-song and left his ear bleeding. While these stories have sparked fear, Apple has not confirmed any widespread defects. effect. Experts say such explosions are extremely rare and often linked to battery damage or counterfeit products, which lack proper safety protections. Still, safety advocates are urging users to inspect their devices for swelling, cracks, or overheating, and to stop using them immediately if something feels off. Apple also warns against using unofficial chargers or replica AirPods, which can increase the risk of battery failure. At this point, there's no verified evidence of a major AirPods malfunction, but as social media panic grows, the company may soon have to address whether these cases are isolated accidents or a sign of something more serious. Talil stands up for Kai Cenat after the host at the Streamer Awards says that Kai Cenat is basically Diddy by saying, "Congratulations on your new documentary with 50 Cent. And everybody has seen this documentary, at least heard about it as on Netflix, or 50 Cent's taking even more jobs at 50 Cent with all this information. And after Kaizen, I cut off his dreadlocks. You may kind of look similar." Some people said to Diddy. So this is like a random job. And as such a big creator at these awards, I'm pretty sure he didn't expect to have to hear like a low blow insult like that. And Tyler said, if you're going to say a joke, at least be funny. And, they kind of cheer for Tyler. They appreciate what he's saying, standing up for his boy. But do you think that this joke was appropriate? Do you think that maybe the streamer Hole should have maybe chose her words a little bit more carefully? Or do you think this is all entertainment and maybe this is planned to begin with? Look on Kai Cenat's face. It didn't look like it was planned to begin with, but maybe it was. Breaking news. Parts of Japan are now under a tsunami warning following a massive 7.6 magnitude earthquake off the northeastern coast. The Japan Meteorological Agency reports the epicenter of the quake is approximately 50 miles off the coast of Aomori. Officials have issued a warning for possible tsunami waves reaching up to 10 feet. It's just after midnight in Japan right now. The powerful 7.6 magnitude earthquake struck around 11:15 local time, and since then, aftershocks have been felt, including a 5.5 magnitude quake. While the epicenter was in northeast Japan, our team in Tokyo felt the tremors all the way down to the capital. Authorities are taking the tsunami warnings very seriously, especially in northern Japan, with waves already being reported at over a foot in height. Local officials caution that these waves could reach up to 10 feet, which could have catastrophic consequences. The Prime Minister has urged residents to heed the warnings and evacuate if necessary. It's currently the middle of the night, and while we don't have full details yet, we know the combination of this large quake and the tsunami threat makes this a serious situation. People in the affected areas are being advised to stay alert and follow evacuation orders. The world has lost a beloved figure as Jerry Wirtz, the warm-hearted soul of the Jerry and Mike family, has passed away peacefully after a courageous battle with cancer. For nearly 50 years, Jerry and Mike faced challenges that few couples could imagine, including defying societal norms to embrace their love in a time when interracial marriages were often met with criticism. Together, they built a life filled with love, raising 2 children, welcoming 3 grandchildren, and supporting each other through every obstacle. In 2022, Jerry and Mike revealed they were both battling cancer at the same time, a testament to their unwavering strength and deep bond. During her final days, Jerry was surrounded by family, music, and the love that had carried her through every stage of her life. Her joy, courage, and the light she shared with millions will remain in the hearts of those who knew her. May Jerry rest in peace, and may her family find comfort in the outpouring of love from all who.
It's those little things where, again, he would walk through the door, drop his bags, Daddy's home, take his phone, Friday night, Shabbat Shalom, throw it in the junk drawer.
Is this what passes for a strong Christian woman? Now, because I've never heard a Christian say Shabbat Shalom, especially on a Friday night for Jewish people. Friday is the Sabbath evangelicals. Their Sabbath is Sunday. Why is Eric all of a sudden using Jewish religious language? But it gets even crazier. Someone asked Grok to check Charlie's tweets during Shabbat, and it found 16 instances, Charlie replying during Shabbat hours, including weekends. It was Erica lying when she said Charlie put his phone in the drawer. Why does she keep pushing this narrative that Charlie didn't abandon Israel? The messages that Candace showed that TPUSA confirmed say the exact opposite. Why does she keep bringing this up like it's relevant? Or maybe it's because she's picking up the money that Charlie didn't take. Nothing is adding up, and the more she talks, the more guilty she looks. Junior King has died in a devastating head-on collision early this morning, ending the life of one of TikTok's most electric rising stars. stars, far too soon born. Dugolf Ferreira. He built a massive following through high-energy dance videos, sharp lyrical flow, and the passion that fueled his newly released project, The Revenge Album. Authorities say the crash happened just after 7:25 a.m. on the N1 near Versailles, where a sedan and a light truck collided. King was found unresponsive at the scene, while 3 others, including 2 children, were taken to the hospital. With injuries, unconfirmed reports suggest he may have been on his way to pick up his kids' tributes. From artists, creators, and fans have poured in all day. Many say he wasn't just talented. He was the heartbeat of a culture, a man who pushed others to believe in themselves. Junior King's final post just yesterday joked about retiring from rap, a line that now feels haunting as the world mourns what he still had left to give.
Ace and I actually decided to part ways.
Wait,
yes.
Oh my God.
Shelley and Ace have called it quits. Shelley shared the news publicly while appearing on Page 6 Radio, where the breakup was revealed unexpectedly. What began as casual questions about how Ace was doing quickly took a more serious turn when hosts asked whether the couple planned to move in together. That's when Shelley confirmed they had decided to part ways. She described the breakup as a mutual and difficult decision, saying it was made with respect and understanding on both sides. Shelley explained that while they genuinely loved each other and wanted their relationship to work, sometimes love also means letting go. She emphasized that the decision was not sudden, but the result of challenges that became too difficult to overcome. When asked whether pressure from their fan base played a role in keeping them together longer than they should have been, Shelley firmly denied it. She said their relationship was never about public perception, media attention, or pleasing fans, but was built on real feelings from the beginning. Shelley added that like many couples, they faced challenges that ultimately led them to realize the relationship could not continue. In honor of John Cena, officially retiring here today, if you search up John Cena here on TikTok, your entire screen will turn the color red. If you don't want to believe me, I completely understand. So let me prove to you that it does in fact actually work. I believe the feature will only be around for today, so as you can see up at the top, I went into the search bar and typed in John Cena. After I typed in John Cena, I then clicked the search button, and as you can see, my entire screen turned the color red on top of your entire screen turn in the color red. Also on the screen, it actually tells you when and where you could actually watch John Cena's retirement match. That will be taking place later today. So these are actually some pretty cool features. Once again, I believe this will only be around for today on December 13th. Any day after that, I think this feature will no longer work. I cannot believe that John Cena is officially retiring today. Unreal, to be honest. But it is truly happening here today. And I'm really curious to know your thoughts about all of this. Plastic surgery influencer has died after a balcony fall in Phuket. That's right, Mary Magdalene, famous for extreme plastic surgery, died after falling from a hotel balcony in Phuket, prompting an investigation into the circumstances surrounding her death. Witnesses reported hearing a loud noise before emergency services were called. To the scene, local police are examining CCTV footage and interviewing those who were with her earlier in the evening. Initial findings suggest no immediate signs of foul play, though inquiries remain ongoing. Prior to the incident, her social media pages had been altered in apparent signs of what was to come. And of course, those changes were, she posted an image of the Truman Show where he says, "Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, in case I don't see you," or whatever, along with a photo of her in her younger days before all of the body modifications took place. And then she had also changed her handle to Mary Magdalene. Has died, so unclear if that was her herself or if it was somebody else, if there was foul play. But all indications signal towards no at this point. New York drill rapper Kay Flock has just been sentenced to 30 years in prison. There was some confusion earlier, with rumors circulating that he received a 40-year sentence. But a lawyer present in the courtroom confirmed the 30-year term. This is a hard lesson for those involved in street life, as it shows the harsh reality. Jail or death are often the only outcomes. Kay Flock's case is a prime example. During the trial, he posted on social media saying, "All rats must die," which many saw as a reckless move. Not only does it show a lack of remorse, but it also reinforces the idea that he hasn't learned from his actions. Before the sentencing, K-Flock made a statement but didn't acknowledge the victims, which only worsened his standing in the eyes of the court. It's clear from the way things played out that the judge had already made up their mind. The streets might offer fame and money, but as this case shows, the price is often too high. Afkari has reportedly been fired after a viral bar confrontation in San Francisco. She previously worked at Strava video footage, shows Sharon Afkari entering the restaurant with her partner's staff, determined that both appeared intoxicated, and the restaurant manager refused to continue serving them serene, then got into an argument with the manager and claimed she was harassed. While being asked to leave, as they were preparing to exit the restaurant, Serene suddenly reached out and pushed away the phone of a man who was filming her another video film from a different angle. Shows that she later attempted to attack an off-duty female server who was seated at the bar, Hazy's bartender. Miguel Marquez later told the media that the couple was clearly intoxicated and behaving irrationally. He also stated that after being refused service, the couple entered behind the bar and into the kitchen area. In an attempt to continue confronting restaurant management, reports indicate that Sharon Afkari has since been fired, though the company involved has not issued a public statement at this time. NASCAR driver Greg Biffle's plane just crashed into a ball of flames during landing in Statesville, North Carolina, and it has been confirmed that Greg Biffle, along with his wife Christina, his teenage daughter Emma, and his 5-year-old son Ryder were on that plane. The family was reportedly on their way to see their friend Garrett Mitchell when the plane went down the Cessna Citation. Airplane was seen engulfed in flames to the right of the runway at Statesville Regional Airport on Thursday morning around 10:15 a.m. It is unclear at this time how many people were on the plane when it plummeted to the ground, but the model has the capacity for 8 to 10 passengers. The Federal Aviation Authority stated that the Cessna C550 crashed while attempting to land GB Aviation Leasing, LLC. A company linked to Biffle owns the aircraft. Greg Biffle, also known as Biff, drove for the Roush Racing Team under the number 16 car. For the last 2 decades, Biffle was now semi-retired, and although he won countless races, he was best known for his trackside scuffles with other drivers.
A man bought a Samsung TV from Walmart, only to discover it was a complete fake. Last week, Ross Potts went to his local Walmart to buy a new Samsung TV, but that evening when he opened the box, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Well, the first thing I noticed was the TV was wrapped in what appeared to be like saran wrap or moving wrap, which I thought was very odd.
Ross said. When he tried to attach the legs, they wouldn't fit because metal plates were blocking the screws. Growing suspicious, Ross peeled off the label on the front, and underneath it said Hisense, not Samsung. Even the remote was the wrong brand. It said Element instead of Samsung.
So I knew at that point something was really wrong. This was not the TV I was supposed to have.
Worse yet, the TV gave off a strange odor, prompting a Walmart employee to ask, "Have you had this TV in a dumpster?" Ross hadn't, but apparently someone else had. It turned out that a previous customer had put an old TV into the box and returned it, and Walmart, unaware of the switch, resold it as new. When Ross tried to return the TV, Walmart staff refused, citing company policy.
We are going to get my husband's friend, J.D. Vance, elected for 48 in the most resounding way possible.
Are we supposed to pretend that this isn't weird that 3 months after her husband is assassinated, she's out there pushing a presidential candidate? In several appearances, she has openly supported J.D. Vance, describing him as a close friend of her late husband. The timing and frequency of these appearances feel unusual, arguing that the visibility appears deliberate rather than organic. Many emphasize they are not telling people how to vote, but believe the situation raises legitimate questions. The discussion intensified after a public event where comments were made referencing claims previously discussed on a podcast, including jokes about Egyptian planes. While some brushed it off as humor, others found it unsettling, especially amid unverified online claims that aircraft had followed the family dozens of times. This just feels so weird and so much like a setup problem is people are going to continue to argue that you can't speak about somebody because they're grieving if somebody is publicly presenting themselves time and time again and things are looking fishy and planted. So Erica Kirk actually had 2 boyfriends within the 5 years before meeting Charlie Kirk. So why lie about this?
I lived out here. I was here for 5 years. I never dated here.
I do want to pause here and talk about Erica Kirk on Summer House. Mind you, she was on season 3, which was filmed the summer of 2018, and apparently her and Charlie did start dating the summer of 2018. I don't think Erica found that strange because I think she did the same thing. It's called dating. No one's bashing that, but I don't know why she's lying about it. And yesterday we talked about Cabot Phillips, who she dated in 2017, and it seems like they dated for the majority of the year in 2017. And yes, it's Cabot Phillips, who apparently is doing the How to Lead Like Charlie college tours for TPUSA. Now, interesting, but there's also another boyfriend. His name is Tyler Massey, and she dated him in 2015. So Jack Nicole was the designer of Erica's outfit, #ThisPhoto, cute couple. And here's some more photos that were posted on Twitter. This was posted March of 2015, caption prepping, another couple's gallery for delivery. So why lie in this interview that's like a week old?
All my roofing was all solar panels.
Lincoln Parker signed a contract with Sunrun in October. More than 30 panels were installed shortly thereafter. But by the holidays, they started to get spooked.
Within a month, my house was leaking.
In April, contractors came out to remove the panels and fix the roof. But before they could finish, Parker was served this letter from the town of Vernon, telling him all work had to stop because proper permits had never been pulled. The solar panels are now just sitting in his backyard.
I do not trust them to reinstall my panels, and they do not want me. They're saying that I cannot back out of the contract.
It's not the first time the I-Team has heard complaints about Sunrun.
The leak is bad. It's not drips anymore.
A New Britain woman showed us her leaking roof in February. Sunrun didn't respond to her requests to fix it until the I-Team got involved. The Attorney General's office has been receiving complaints too.
These are all very serious allegations, and I had to act.
Earlier this week, the state of Connecticut filed this lawsuit against Sunrun, its affiliated marketing companies, and 2 salespeople. The lawsuit alleges deceptive, unfair, and otherwise unlawful sales practices.
Erica Kirk has an agenda that she's been following, and something is wrong with Erica Kirk. Something is wrong with a woman whose husband was assassinated, never mourned, never shows his family. Her family never shows. The kids has been on a widow tour. Then this week went on say,
is that my husband, he deeply mattered on a multitude of levels. So much so that it proved even more once he was assassinated. How much of a peacemaker he was.
Once your husband got killed. Once he got assassinated, that implies you were waiting for it to happen. Once is the anticipation of something. If you were to say, after Charlie died, that means something has happened. It passed. But once he died, that struck me so strange because it's like, were you waiting for, did you know what was happening? But it gets better. She then said that her goal is to get J.D. Vance elected. She then reminds us that she's not really on tour for herself, or as a widow, she's on tour because Charlie would have wanted her to go on tour. And I know you guys see it too, but something is fucking off. What do you guys think?
With his trusty chalk stick in hand, traffic agent Jim Brennan traverses the village of Irvington, New York, tracking tires of parked cars.
I chalked it at 8:30. I came back at 12:30. The chalk marks were still on it, so I wrote it for a 2-hour violation.
But Brennan is violating the Constitution. Michigan, who argued that marking tires is similar to police secretly putting a GPS on a vehicle without a proper warrant. That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment right against unreasonable searches.
I don't mind at all. I think it's chalk wipes off very, very easily, so it's not a problem.
The court, which covers 4 Midwest states, ruled that now a warrant is needed because the purpose of marking tires is to raise revenue and not for public safety. Ken Kissel, who owns Livewire Security in Irvington, says the chalking keeps 3 spots open for customers.
So somebody can run in, run out, and not have to worry about getting a ticket for just being parked for 5 minutes like you do with a lot of...
Check this out. Last night after the Paul fight, the real main event happened in the stands. Streamer Jack Dorsey and his entire squad just got escorted out in handcuffs. I'm not even joking. So here's the deal, the Jake Paul verse. Anthony Joshua fight was wild enough, but apparently Dorothy and his crew decided that wasn't enough action for them. According to witnesses, somebody in the crowd gave Jack a shove. Just one push, and that was it. That was the match that lit the fuse. All hell absolutely broke loose. It turned into a full-blown melee, the craziest part people are saying. Dorothy got shoved so hard he practically got fused into the wall, like became part of the venue decor security, and police shut it down fast. And they didn't just pull out the ringleader. Nah, they rounded up the whole crew. Every single one got the VIP treatment straight to the back of a police cruiser, and their night getting the perp walk. It's not just funny, it's poetic. The fight in the ring was brutal, but this was a whole different level of face meat, Palm. So yeah, if you missed the fight, catch the highlights. But trust me, the highlight everyone's talking about today is Jack Dorsey learning that the Octagon isn't the only place you can get locked up. What do you think, karma or just a really bad night out?
Santa Claus is real. Yes, you heard that right. Numerous images of Santa Claus have been recorded in cities across the United States in recent days. From New York and Los Angeles to Texas and Florida, social media is buzzing with activity. Videos show Santa sitting on a sleigh pulled by reindeer flying through the air. Some videos show a man in his familiar red suit and long white beard appearing unexpectedly on the streets, in shopping malls, and even in front of people's homes at night. What's chilling for many is that most of these images weren't staged, but were extracted from security cameras or recorded by passers-by. Many witnesses claim they didn't see any advertising or film crews around. The online community quickly split into two camps. One side believes these are simply Christmas costumes. The other side believes that Santa Claus is real and will appear precisely during the biggest holiday of the year. Is this just a coincidence? Or is a real Christmas miracle happening? What do you think? Leave a comment and stay tuned for further developments.
The news is just in that according to radar detectors across the world, Santa has officially departed from the North Pole. NORAD's North Warning System long-range radars are the first to detect Santa's sleigh taking off. The North American Aerospace Defense Command is a US-Canada joint military group that defends North America. It watches the sky, space and seas for things like planes, missiles and other threats, and every Christmas Eve it also tracks Santa. NORAD's mission to track Santa began by accident in 1955 when a young child trying to reach Santa dialed a misprinted phone number from a department store ad in a local newspaper. Instead of Santa, the child called the Continental Air Defense Command Operations Center, which is the predecessor of NORAD. The commander on duty that night answered the phone and realized the child was calling for Santa and kindly continued the conversation. So began the connection between NORAD and Santa and continued when NORAD was formed in 1958. If you are tracking Santa this Christmas Eve and this has just landed on your feed, let me know in the comments his current location, and I'm wishing you all a very Merry Christmas.
Ebo Noah bought himself a brand new Benz worth approximately $89,000. He is now facing allegations of fraud and misuse of donated funds. Do you know how many people actually sent him money to build those large wooden arks after he predicted a global flood and offered them as shelter? A lot of people believed him because of how this all began. It didn't look like content. He went up into the mountains looking worn down and disheveled, kind of image many associate with authentic Christianity. He was crying, saying God had shown him a vision. His account gained millions of followers, his videos racked up more than 1 billion views, and an estimated 280,000 people traveled to stay near him. Now, he can't simply come out and say it was all just content. Instead, he continues to claim that God told him the flood had been postponed.
God has given us some time to build more arks in addition to the 10 that will contain all of us.
Now, many former supporters say they feel deceived and are demanding answers, refunds, and legal action.
Clavicle crashed his Cybertruck while attempting to run over a stream sniper. The incident happened at 3:45 a.m. He was live streaming IRL. At the time, a stream sniper jumped onto the front of his vehicle, lying on the hood, provoking the camera just minutes earlier. Claviclear had repeatedly said he was being followed and harassed. He said he felt his life was in danger. Seconds later, the nature of the situation changed from a streamer being harassed to a real-world violent confrontation. He later called 911. Police arrived at the scene. As of now, the condition of the injured person has not been publicly released. No arrests were made at the scene, but the platform didn't wait for the investigation kick, quickly banned his channel. Aiden Ross responded saying he would help connect Clavicle with a lawyer and try to push for the account to be reinstated. But the controversy is already out of control. Do you see this as self-defense or a choice that crossed the line?
Hey, yo! We have some devastating news in the Tyler Chase story. It now appears that after being put in a motel by his friend Cookie, he's decided to trash the place. And this was all according to a call made by management to Cookie himself. Shall we have all of the details to tell you in this video?
I receive a call from management. The door is left open. Why is there a microwave in the tub? The refrigerator's turned over. I just feel so devastated. I'm at a loss. And
basically, Tyler's family had already told Cookie that this probably wasn't going to work, but he didn't listen and went on to do what he did anyway. Then the management found the door wide open, refrigerator being turned over, and many more things. Tyler just isn't ready for stuff like this just yet. That's why whenever people were giving him hundreds of dollars, I was like, bro, that's not the best idea. People like to think, well, we could just get this homeless guy right here, put him in a motel, give him hundreds of dollars, and then everything will start going up from here. But that's just sadly not how things work. This is what this person is saying. You can't help someone that isn't ready for help.
Girl injured by new subway gate in New York City. Family sues for $200,000. The girl and her father were traveling on their usual subway route when they encountered the new gates, designed to prevent fare evasion by quickly shutting if the system detects someone following too closely behind another passenger. After paying for their rides, the father and daughter attempted to pass through the gate together. Unfamiliar with the new system, they stood too close to each other. Before the girl could fully pass through, the gate abruptly closed and struck her face, causing swelling. The father expressed shock and anger, claiming the subway staff did not offer medical assistance, instead telling them to step back. Following the incident, he decided to sue the subway system, arguing that the gates are unsafe. Opinions on the new gates are divided. Some argue that it is unreasonable to expect parents to leave their children standing alone while a gate opens, calling the design dangerous. Others worry about the risks for parents with strollers. On the other hand, some writers defend the gates, saying they are necessary to prevent fare evasion and arguing that the system is long overdue.
Story that's going viral tonight, and some people are just outraged.
26-year-old Ashley Brady lost her right leg in an accident last year, so her apartment complex designated this parking spot for Ashley to park closer and avoid icy falls.
I finally get my handicap parking spot last Thursday, and then I come home on Saturday and they're parking in my parking spot.
She decided to leave a note when she didn't see a handicap placard or plate.
She, in return, had placed this really rude letter under my windshield wiper that says, "Hey, handicapped. First, never place your hands on my car again. No, the second, honey, one leg touches my property, I will cause trouble. So go cry your struggles to someone who cares, because I'm walking away with both mine."
A few more choice words.
I read it probably like 5 times over and over.
Ashley Brady's sisters posted a picture of the note on Facebook in hopes of bringing awareness to struggles that come with disabilities. It's been shared over 1,000 times.
Unbelievable, right? Well, that story's still being shared tonight.
Less than 6 hours after Brigitte Bardot's death, her son made 3 shocking decisions that cost her all remaining respect the day Brigitte died at the age of 91 following an unexplained surgery. However, her only child, Nicola, did not appear. Instead, after her death, he took 3 unexpected actions. First, he refused to attend any of his mother's funerals before Nicholas was born. Brigitte called the fetus a tumor in her body after his birth. She took no responsibility for raising him and later wrote insulting remarks about his birth, which led Nicholas to sue her. He said she never deserved to be a mother and that he would never forgive her. Second, he refused his mother's inheritance and let it all go to the Brigitte Bardot Foundation. Nikolai now has his own children and grandchildren as an ordinary worker. He wants nothing connected to his mother because it brings back past trauma, and he hopes the money can help more stray animals. Finally, he cut all family ties with Brigitte and shielded his children from public attention so they could grow up without either the fame or the shadow of the Bardot name. Do you think he should forgive his mother?
Last month, he purchased a couch for his man cave, and this weekend he made a shocking discovery. It was filled with thousands of dollars in cash.
Still have to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming or something. And
Kirby says that he had this ottoman for a few weeks before noticing that it was uncomfortable, and that's when his daughter decided to open it up.
And then she started pulling out this. Oh my goodness.
A total of $43,170 was found in the ottoman cushion. But Kirby says he didn't feel right keeping the money, so he reached out to the Restore to find out who had donated the couch. Turns out it was Kim Fouth Newberry. The couch originally belonged to her grandfather, and he died last year.
Things are just crazy.
Today, the Restore held a big surprise for Falk Newberry to give back every dollar found in the cushion.
Why he's got money in cushions? I don't know.
Complete awesome. Like, we talked about that.
Kirby says an attorney told him that he had no legal obligation to give the money back, but he felt like he had to morally. And that's something that Rick Merling, the store manager,
Major breaking news. Anthony Joshua has just been involved in a serious car crash in Nigeria. Local reports say that 2 people are dead, and AJ has been sent to the hospital. He is alive and has apparently suffered minor injuries. Authorities said he was traveling in the back of a vehicle that had a tire burst while on the highway, and the driver of the car lost control as a result before crashing into a stationary vehicle. Witnesses said that there were 2 vehicles traveling together from Joshua's party, and that the Boxers security team was in the vehicle behind them before the crash, and the person in the passenger seat and the person who sat right next to Joshua both died on the spot. Local authorities said it's still sketchy for us here. We're trying to establish all the facts from the first responders, and that is the most we can say. We will be giving details as we have updates. But they did say the vehicle conveying Mr. Joshua was involved in the accident under circumstances that are currently being investigated. Joshua, seated in the rear of the vehicle, sustained minor injuries and is receiving medical attention with another injured person. And his team said, "We are trying to contact Anthony, and in the meantime, we don't want to speculate on how he is. But thankfully, he appears okay from what I have seen in the images prayers to Anthony Joshua."
They should come here and mount my cows and I could go to the court date.
As temperatures sunk this season, Dennis Morin sparked up his wood boiler. It wasn't supposed to last into this winter.
They wanted it gone a long time ago.
11 years ago, the state told Morin and his wife Anita their outdoor hydronic heater, or OHH, was uncertified and outdated. Today, it's still burning. The Agency of Natural Resources offered to cover half of the $20,000 price tag for a Phase 2 OHH, but the couple declined all offers. Morin says he needs concrete proof that a new heating system, like an updated OHH, could heat his barn of cows using the donated pine scraps he burns now.
You have to show me that it could burn the wood that I got, because I don't want to take this one out and then I'm stuck with no heat.
The Morins owe the A&R thousands in fines and only made it to one of many court hearings. Morin says he can't leave the farm during milking hours.
They should come here and mount my cows and I could go to the court date.
In October, the Superior Court issued the Morins.
A man in New York is facing an investigation after posting videos on social media that teach people how to bypass the city's newly installed subway turnstiles. According to reports, the man clearly demonstrated in his videos how to get around the upgraded turnstile system recently introduced by the New York City subway. The videos quickly gained attention and were widely shared, with many accusing him of openly encouraging fare evasion. The situation has also angered the MTA. The MTA said the new turnstile system was launched to combat the long-standing problem of fare evasion. The overall project cost nearly $10 million and was expected to significantly reduce losses. However, shortly after the system went live, it was reportedly exploited and shared online, leading many taxpayers to question whether the money was well spent. At the same time, the new turnstiles have also drawn complaints from regular riders. Several fare-paying passengers report being pinched or struck by the gates, saying the doors closed too fast even after they paid. These reports have raised safety concerns and added to public frustration. Do you think posting these how-to videos should lead to punishment, or should the MTA first reflect on whether this costly upgrade is truly effective?
We're back with tragedy in the Swiss Alps. Police say 40 people were killed and more than 100 others were injured at a New Year's party at a ski resort. It's a well-known spot with foreign tourists.
Chaos and panic at one of Switzerland's most exclusive ski resorts during New Year's Eve celebrations. Officials say 13 helicopters and more than 40 ambulances were deployed to the scene of a deadly fire at Le Constellation Bar in Craw, Montana. A state of emergency declared. Authorities say foreign nationals from multiple countries are likely among the victims of this deadly fire. The Swiss resort is popular with foreign tourists. According to its official website, it receives around 3 million visitors a year, with roughly 20% of them coming from abroad. 2 witnesses say the blaze was caused by sparklers placed in champagne bottles. Officials say a fire spread, prompting an explosion, but emphasize it's too soon to determine a cause for the blaze. The ski resort town had banned fireworks ahead of New Year's Eve, citing safety concerns due to a lack of rainfall in the area. And officials believe the death toll will rise, sadly, as rescue operations are still underway. The area has since been closed off entirely.
I be missing out on my kids' life and I work a lot. So I be having to provide for them and I really don't be having time to spend with them. And it hurts me a lot.
Nakia Hamilton is a single mother of 3 here in Colombia. She works 12 hours plus to provide for her children, even if that means doing it all by herself at this Burger King on Broad River Road.
One of my employees just quit on me and they ain't had nobody else to come in. So I had to work by myself, to close by myself.
Y'all need to get her some help up in here because she busted her behind. She's doing everything she needs to do to make sure everybody is okay up in here.
In this TikTok video, you can see Hamilton working by herself, and thousands of people on social media had questions.
And then last night I closed again by myself last night. I finally got help today. We just ain't got no employees. Nobody want to work no more.
Still, even after what happened here that day, Hamilton says she's doing it all for her children and thanks her manager for giving her the job.
I wouldn't have no job because I do have a record and it's hard to find a job with a record. And by grace of God, she gave me a job. So that's the only reason why I stayed for her.
Shocking news. A 42-year-old mechanic escaped from a hospital in the northern United States in a state of panic, shouting, "They want to take my organs." At first, police believed he was delirious after a minor accident, but 2 hours later, a raid changed everything. The man, Mark Delcourt, was admitted for a minor injury, but his file had been altered to irrecoverable, and he was moved to a technical/maintenance wing. The doors were locked. The cameras were turned away. Mark heard 2 people whispering, "No family, we start tonight." In panic, he ripped out his IV, crawled into a ventilation duct, and escaped. Police thought he was still panicking, but Mark insisted there are more people alive in there. At 0047, a special tactical unit raided the basement. They found 4 patients strapped down, one lying on a table next to a tray of surgical tools stained with dried blood. Behind a false wall, they discovered a secret room containing 6 unregistered medical refrigerators and 28 files marked with a red X. The American public is in shock. A hospital, supposedly the safest place, suddenly appears to be the most dangerous for patients without family by their side.
The U.S. isn't stopping with Venezuela and plans to do the same to these other countries if they don't behave. Directly after the successful capture of Maduro, Trump stated that the operation is a signal to other governments in the world who are also failing to properly govern their countries in ways that are harming Americans. Then, during a follow-up press conference, he specifically singled out 3 leaders. First, he said, quote, "Something's going to have to be done about the United States' southern neighbor, Mexico, because their president, Claudia Sheinbaum, is not doing nearly enough to address the mass influx of unlawful substances flowing into the U.S. through their territory." Second, he called out another country that's heavily involved in the smuggling operations by warning that Colombia's president Gustavo Petro should watch himself, before finally stating that his administration is currently discussing taking possible action against Cuba because Trump claims it is a failing nation that is in need of saving.
This morning, watch as this Delta pilot, accused of being intoxicated, makes it through initial security as he's getting ready to fly from Minneapolis to San Diego. But when Gabriel Schroeder gets close to his gate, a random secondary check is set up. As he sees what's happening, police say his demeanor changes. When asked to put his bag on the table, he tells police, "I'm not ready," and turns and walks away. Suspicious, officers ask that the pilot be tracked through the airport, and these surveillance cameras show the 37-year-old finding an escalator, heading down a floor to a men's bathroom in late July. He's in that bathroom for only 30 seconds, where police say they later found a bottle of vodka stuffed in one of the trash cans. Schroeder then heads back to the checkpoint, telling an officer he had to go back to the pilot's lounge to get his iPad. Schroeder passes and gets on the jetliner into the first officer's seat, but police officers board and ask the pilot to leave the cockpit. Authorities say when they tested the pilot's blood alcohol level 2.5 hours later, it was under the limit.
A waitress was fired by the restaurant owner and had all her tips confiscated after she proactively helped a customer eat and received a $2,000 cash tip from him. 39-year-old Michael Thornton, whose hands shake severely due to illness, was dining alone at the restaurant that day. Waitress Sophia noticed while serving him that he was having great difficulty eating. His food kept falling off the fork. After asking for and receiving Mr. Michael's consent, Sophia patiently assisted him through his entire meal. She maintained professionalism and dignity throughout the process. This scene was recorded on a mobile phone by a customer at a neighboring table. After the meal concluded, Michael took out $2,100 bills from his wallet. He handed them to Sophia as a tip, thanking her for still treating him like a normal person and with respect. The next day, the restaurant manager showed Sophia the viral video. He accused her of seriously violating the employee handbook, which prohibits inappropriate contact with customers beyond professional boundaries. The manager fired Sophia on the spot and confiscated the entire $2,000 tip.
Just over a week ago, Christina Tennyson, her husband, and 2 kids closed on this 6-bedroom, 3-acre property just south of Manteca. Because the family wanted to paint and update the home before moving in, it was left vacant. Just a couple days ago, she came to check on the progress. But when she drove up to her property to meet her contractors, she was surprised to find a U-Haul truck.
And then I noticed a car and some women and children, running around my driveway. At the time, my contractor was here, so I just went upstairs and I asked him, hey, did you bring a U-Haul? And he said no. So we kind of immediately knew, something's not right.
She confronted them.
I came downstairs to ask them what they were doing here, and they informed me they were moving in. And, I informed them, no, this is my house. And they were trying to tell me that their dad had rented the house.
Turns out the alleged dad was one of 2 men caught on her security camera a few days earlier on her property.
So I just, told them I was going to call the cops.
She did, and as shown here, they immediately left just minutes before sheriff's deputies arrived.
Have you been seeing these hands-off Venezuela protests and wondering who's organizing them? How did they pop up so fast? And why are they defending a brutal dictator? Well, here's the answer. One of the main groups behind these protests is the same organization that helped fuel the pro-Palestine protests across campuses and cities over the last few years. It's called the People's Forum, a far-left activist group based in New York City. And it's funded almost entirely by one man, Neville Roy Singham, a multi-millionaire tech entrepreneur turned Marxist. Singham is married to Jody Evans, the founder of Code Pink, the group best known for storming congressional hearings. Now, let's zoom out. The People's Forum is essentially a headquarters for professional activists. They describe themselves as, quote, a movement incubator for working class and marginalized communities. The People's Forum is also behind protests against National Guard deployments in U.S. cities, anti-ICE, and now Venezuela. So, when you see these protests pop up overnight, now you know they're not authentic or grassroots. They're funded, they're organized, and they're part of a much bigger ideological machine pushing socialism and an anti-American agenda.
For many of those passenger ships are like a second home. But for one woman, the ocean liner is her only home.
Aboard the Crystal Serenity, she's known simply as Mama Lee, and she's been living there for the past 8 years.
I don't have to shop. I don't have to cook. I don't have to do anything. I do what I want, when I want, if I want.
She and her late husband, Mason, took nearly 100 cruises together before he died in 1997.
The last thing he ever said to me, this was the day before he died, don't you quit cruising. I started frequent cruising, but I got very, very tired of packing and unpacking. So I said, there's got to be a better way to do this.
Mama Lee sold her house in Florida, along with her car and most of her belongings, and never looked back.
I'm now a great-grandmother, and my grandchildren are having children, but I don't want to be there every minute for that. I love babies, but they grow up.
This Chagee employee just destroyed their own job and possibly the brand's reputation. A video went viral showing a Chagee worker making drinks with bare hands. They're squeezing lemon slices by hand, pouring tea straight into the cup while it runs down their fingers, and then mixing the tea with their hand. Yeah, no gloves, no tools, just hands. Chagee rushed to release a statement, saying the whole thing was staged. They claim the employee filmed it on purpose to go viral. According to the company, the ingredients were already meant to be thrown away. The drinks were never sold, and everything was tossed right after filming. The video was shot after hours just for entertainment and has since been deleted. But the internet didn't care. People immediately started questioning Chagee's food safety standards. In the end, the employee was fired. The store manager and regional supervisor were demoted. One video, multiple careers gone.
Disney didn't cast a superstar as Rapunzel. They chose a third-rate celebrity, and that might be the smartest decision they've made. For a long time, fans have been speculating who could possibly play Flynn Rider. And honestly, I've always said the same thing. Milo Manheim would be perfect. So when Disney officially cast him, I couldn't believe it actually happened. People are already saying they'd go to theaters just for his performance alone. As for Rapunzel, the choice surprised a lot of people. Tegan Croft isn't exactly a household name. Most audiences know her as Raven from Titans, and that's about it. What makes this even more interesting is that multiple industry rumors suggested Sarah Catherine Hook was close to landing the role. And yes, JoJo Siwa reportedly auditioned as well, according to The Hollywood Reporter. So why Tegan? Because sometimes Disney doesn't cast for fame. They cast for transformation. Giving Rapunzel to a lesser-known actress might actually be the smartest move here. This could be a career-defining moment, the kind that turns someone into a star overnight.
Everything gone.
Everything they own.
Clothing items, all my groceries. They cleared out my whole refrigerator full of groceries.
Is gone. Thrown in the dumpster by order of the management at the Hamilton, the high-end mid-rise apartment building where Johnny and his daughter lived in the Deep Ellum neighborhood of Dallas.
They came to my door and cleaned everything out, from my daughter's clothes to my clothes to everything, from a toothbrush.
Johnny filed when he returned home from work in late July to find his apartment door unlocked and the contents cleared out. According to the report's narrative, a leasing agent on site said there was a misunderstanding and maintenance accidentally cleared out Abney's unit instead of the unit next door where a tenant was being evicted. All of Johnny's belongings had been thrown in the dumpster hours earlier and had been picked over by the other residents. He says his mattress had been urinated on.
Not only did they put my stuff out, they watched people take all my property all day.
Property management offered to get what they could from the trash and return it to Johnny's unit, but
oh my God, Christy is divorcing Desmond on account of alleged cheating. Christy confirms the minute she found out he was cheating, she said there was no way of reconciliation with him. This is extremely sad considering these two have been together since they were 14 and have been giving us some of the best laughs on this app. Now, I knew something was iffy because she has not posted Desmond at all for the past 2 months. In fact, the last post she has on her page with him is on December 9th, 2025. Now, y'all know I immediately went to go check both of their comments, and this is Christy's comment section, finding out Desmond is the same as all the rest. Tell me TMZ is lying. Everyone here from TMZ, right? Desmond's comment section is no better. Desmond, please tell me this is a joke. Y'all, I'm still in shock. They share 2 beautiful children together who they also make content with. Now, TMZ allegedly got the court documents, so this is legit, you guys, even though Christy nor Desmond have made an official statement yet, but I will definitely keep y'all updated. Now, are you as blindsided as me? Because Christy and Desmond are no more.
The other day, 27-year-old Louis Angelino was hired to clean a friend's apartment in South Jersey. He was told he'd find the key under the mat.
2.5 hours later, place is spotless.
Then the friend reached out to Louis with a perplexing question.
Are you here? Did you come clean today? And I was like, yeah, I came and cleaned. Like, I'm sitting in your living room right now. Your cat's on my lap. I'm playing with your cat. Louis? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I don't have a cat.
Yep, Louis had just spent a lot of elbow grease cleaning the wrong apartment. Just so happens both places had keys under the mat. This is the apartment Louis mistakenly cleaned. The homeowner was so shocked.
Everything's shining.
Look how immaculate every room.
You're not going to believe this. I said, what? He said, somebody broke in and cleaned our apartment.
Really can't make this stuff up, but here we are.
Are you fucking kidding me? I'm Native American. Get the fuck off my yard until she comes that way.
A DoorDash driver ran into a woman's home to escape ICE, and the homeowner refused to let agents inside without a warrant. That homeowner is TikToker StormyBaby27, and the moment exploded online. Stormy was live when the driver rushed in asking for help, with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents outside. With a baby in the house, she repeatedly told them they were not coming in without a judge-signed warrant, period. On camera, Stormy stood her ground, identified herself as Native American, woman and demanded the agents leave her property unless they had legal authority. The clip went viral instantly. Viewers praised her calm, clarity, and refusal to be intimidated in a high-pressure moment. The symbolism didn't go unnoticed. Out of all the homes the driver could have fled to, she ended up at the house of someone who openly talks about Indigenous history and who chose to act. The driver's current whereabouts haven't been confirmed, but many hope she's safe and has legal support. What is clear is the takeaway Stormy repeated in real time. Law enforcement needs a warrant to enter a private home. It's a viral reminder of knowing your rights and using them when seconds matter.
In the U.S., cleaning a movie theater usually pays about $3,000 a month. It's not a high-paying job, but a lot of people actually like doing it. And the reason is pretty simple. For many cleaners, work doesn't feel like work. It feels more like looking for things after a movie ends. The theater is a mess, popcorn everywhere, empty drink, cups, napkins all over the floor. Cleaning one auditorium usually takes 1 to 2 hours to move faster. They use blowers to clear the floor, pushing trash to one side, and that's when things change. Because a lot of the time, money that fell under the seats gets blown out into the open. Sometimes it's a few bills. Sometimes it's loose change in the cup holders. If you're lucky, you might even find a wallet someone left behind. And every once in a while, someone pulls a pair of AirPods straight out of the trash. The paycheck stays the same. The work doesn't get easier. But when there's a small surprise like that, the whole day suddenly feels worth it. So let me ask you, would you take a job that pays average, but gives you a little chance to get lucky every day?
Police! Search warrant! Open the door!
Federal agents raided the home of Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who murdered Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis earlier this week. As you can see, they're taking boxes, computers, bins, presumably full of evidence, and posters or pictures or paintings of some kind. And I've got to say, this looks more like the Louvre heist than a federal operation. The fact that these guys are wearing ski masks is somewhat concerning to me. I mean, this looks like a farce. I wish I could say I didn't believe it, but it is absurd to see these guys sitting in these cars with ski masks. They're so afraid that they're operating like criminals. They were driving Jeep SUVs, Dodge pickup trucks, Ford Explorers, and there's going to be 3,000 federal immigration officers in Minnesota now. That's insane considering there's only 600 sworn officers in the Minneapolis Police Department.
The popular American cookie brand Crumbl Cookies has been swept into a major hygiene scandal. A video that went viral on TikTok shows an employee at one of its West Melbourne, Florida locations taking off their shoes and placing their feet directly on trays used for holding cookies. In the video, the employee in socks is seen resting their feet on a stack of trays while using their phone. The act quickly sparked intense public disgust and anger, with many customers stating they were disgusted and vowing to switch to competitors. As the video's popularity skyrocketed, netizens demanded the specific store address be revealed so they could avoid it. After the incident gained traction, Crumbl Cookies' official TikTok account intervened with a response, calling the behavior at the store unbelievable and stating that an internal report had been filed and an apology extended to the video's poster. However, this failed to quell all doubts, with some consumers further criticizing the brand for its high pricing. Currently, the employee in question likely faces internal disciplinary action. This incident has not only plunged the brand into a PR crisis, but has also reignited public concern over back-of-house hygiene conditions in the food service industry.
It's a pretty straightforward question.
There's no doubt in my mind that the house is gray.
What color is this house?
I see this house in the morning and at night and all day long, and it's gray every day.
Turns out the color
is like a light bluish purple.
Is in the eye of the beholder, or in Dan Swan's case, the HOA, run by Sterling Management.
It's not purple. It's gray.
It all started last year.
I started receiving notices that I didn't get my house approved to be painted.
First notices, then fines, stating he didn't have permission to paint his house purple.
And I wrote them back, said I haven't painted my house.
The house has been this color since 2006. He even has the paint can to prove the color and submitted it to the board. The color is Bear's Gray Timberwolf.
That's great.
That's great.
But he still keeps getting fined. Hundreds of dollars in fines that makes these neighbors think maybe it's not about gray at all, but green.
Bro, this new I Quit Kai Cenat video has to be the most inspiring, wholesome, genuine piece of content we've all ever seen. Like, this dude's not just the now, he's also the future. From talking to his mom and asking for genuine advice from somebody that only matters, like his mom's been there from the start, to expressing his current mental state and goals that he wants to pursue and literally show you as he's doing it, Kai ends up saying that he quits, and not streaming. He quits thoughts that don't really matter, and he's gonna be pursuing fashion and doesn't care what his thoughts or anybody thinks. Not only that, he touches up on his mental state and that he's not sad or depressed, he's just overthinking a lot of things. Bro, you gotta see it like this. When you think of Kai Cenat, you don't think of fashion, you strictly think of streaming. This next step in his life is about to be hard, but with every challenge comes fear. It's like a roller coaster. Before you go on it, you're scared, but you still do it. You gotta chase it scared. The fact that Kai even wants to get into fashion, and not even just get into fashion, like get hands on with it, like this has nothing to do with money or like being the biggest. Like he actually has a passion for clothes. Like the clothes he's wearing, he wants people to feel something. Like what he's seeing in his mind, he wants people to wear and see. So his clothing brand's official name is Vivette, and it hasn't really launched yet, but the website is up. Bro, just like streaming, there's no doubt in my mind that Kai Cenat's gonna be the biggest fashionist, if not bigger than Virgil.
Get out of here.
Get out or you'll get arrested.
You'll get
arrested for trespassing.
ICE just shot another person in Minneapolis just moments ago. Don't confuse this with the shooting that happened 7 days ago with Renee Good, who was in her car. This is a brand new shooting that happened tonight. There are protesters at the scene right now. It is very dark out there, so we can't see much. There is a Bearcat, which is an armored vehicle on scene. Journalists on scene are reporting that there is at least one person on the ground and cuffed. Either ICE or Border Patrol is there. It's hard to tell which. They are in full camouflage gear. Some of them have night vision. There is no reason to believe the person that was shot tonight is dead yet.
We filled the house with hidden cameras. We put plumbers to the test.
There is an issue with my hot water heater.
This thing is cracked. Oh, it's broken for sure. It's cracked for sure.
It couldn't just be a leak from somewhere else.
No, usually, like I said, it'll crack from up top, it'll crack from the side, leak from the bottom.
And the price for a new water heater?
Somewhere around like $1,500.
Let me show you something. See this wrench? All you have to do is tighten it up using this wrench and the water stops. Isn't that what you should have done to begin with?
I mean, I really didn't want to fidget with anything. I mean, like, come on.
Our expert says that's a lame excuse and believes
his goal today was to sell a hot water heater, and that's unfortunate.
This plumber was also quick to hand out bad news.
You need a new water heater.
You could tell already?
Yeah.
And it definitely has to get replaced.
Definitely, 100%.
Back in our control room on hidden camera, we watch him appear to fix the leak. So it's definitely broken.
100%.
Does this actually come to a surprise to anybody that this happens the evening following Tim Walz jumping on television, telling his radicalized supporters to attack ICE agents? I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't really think that this is the time to just sit around and wait and see what happens. They need to do something, and they need to do something about it now, not later, because it's going to get much worse than this. They have received their call to action, and they are acting on it. So now they need to enact the Insurrection Act, because this is an insurrection by domestic terrorists. To reframe all of this, to fit their narrative, well, ICE is shooting people. They're putting children in the hospital. Stop attacking agents, and they would not have to react to your actions. Actions have consequences. You guys know what the consequences of those actions are, yet you're still doing it. Just give them the fight that they're looking for. They've been craving it. Send the military in, and let's take our country back.
An Oregon man was convicted and sent to jail for collecting and using rainwater on his own property, sued by the state for theft. Rancher Gary Harrington built 3 large reservoirs on his own land to collect rainwater and snow melt. He claimed the water was primarily for fire protection reserves and for providing water to wildlife. But the state called it theft and prosecuted Gary. A municipal code stipulates that all water within city limits, including precipitation, is part of the public water supply. The city requested the court order the removal of his collection system and impose a fine. Despite Harrington's repeated appeals, arguing, "The water fell on my land. I'm not selling it. I'm simply using it on my own property." The court ultimately rejected his claims. Harrington was found guilty on multiple charges, including unlawful appropriation of state water resources. He was sentenced to 30 days in jail and fined over $1,500. The incident sparked intense backlash. Residents said it was simply tyranny.
When allegedly, according to police, a man, kind of an elderly man, went in there and then unloaded on people with a verbally offensive rant.
All across any social media platform that you can name it, Instagram, TikTok. But here's what Gwinnett police tell us what happened. They say that their officers were called to the Social Security Administration building that's over on Shackelford Road Wednesday morning, rather. And in that video, police say 65-year-old Robert John Burke also says, "What are you going to do? It's free speech," before walking away from the building. According to the police report, the security guard says Robert Burke often shows up to the building and is a known troublemaker who had been previously banned from that location. However, when officers arrived, Burke was nowhere to be found, but using videos and witness statements, police were able to get a warrant for disorderly conduct. A day later, officers responded to a disturbance at a hotel near Duluth where they found Burke and arrested him. And we did reach out to the Gwinnett County Sheriff's Office. They tell us that Burke is still behind bars and locked up at the Gwinnett County Detention Center.
This McDonald's parking lot in Brooklyn, New York. Their sign says if you're not a customer, you can get towed if you leave the premises for any reason or length of time. And holy cow, do they mean it. The moment Inside Edition producer Matt Troutman parked his car and walked off to another store, there's the tow truck. Are you kidding me? This tow truck driver rolled in and hooked the car.
This took 3 minutes for Matt's car to get towed.
And when our producer Katie Taylor parked her car in the same McDonald's parking lot, the same thing happened.
Let's see how long this takes.
8 minutes later, the tow truck driver was back. Wow. So how does he know just when to strike? Because he's lurking around the corner waiting for a call from this spotter who's hanging out at the McDonald's.
Here comes one of the spotters right now from inside the McDonald's.
Sure enough, here comes the tow truck. So where did our producer's towed car end up? It was hauled here to Cyclone City.
Former Nickelodeon child star Kiana Underwood, known from All That and Little Bill, has been killed in a Brooklyn hit-and-run at just 33, and fans are reeling. Police say Kiana was crossing the street in the Brownsville neighborhood around 6:50 a.m. when a dark SUV hit her and kept going, dragging her down the road before speeding off. She suffered severe head and body trauma and was pronounced dead at the scene. As of now, no arrests have been made, and the NYPD's collision unit is still investigating. Kiana grew up in New York and broke out on Nickelodeon in the mid-2000s, joining season 10 of All That, and voicing Fuskia Glover on the animated series Little Bill, along with roles in projects like The 24-Hour Woman and the national tour of Hairspray. Tributes are pouring in from nostalgic 90s, 2000s kids, and former co-stars, mourning a performer many remember from their childhood. If you're in New York and know anything about the driver involved, police are asking people to contact Crime Stoppers instead of trying to investigate on their own. And in the comments, keep it kind.
A woman using a receipt she found on the ground to steal from a local Walmart.
At first glance, you might think this shopper inside a Port Charlotte Walmart is just looking at her shopping list. But really, she's taking a long, hard look at someone else's receipt.
This woman walked into Walmart with a receipt, shopping cart, or on the ground or in the trash, and selected items that were listed on that receipt, and selected the items and brought them to the return counter.
Trading the items she passed off as her own for cold, hard cash. Some Walmart shoppers today troubled. She didn't seem to care about the surveillance cameras catching her.
You know, I was noticing the surveillance cameras today, so yeah, I am kind of surprised. But like I said, maybe sometimes people are desperate or...
This return scammer taking advantage of swamped employees, dealing with other customers' returns.
This is a busy time of year for returns, so this mistake was easily made.
The Charlotte County Sheriff's Office posting the surveillance pictures of the woman.
Did you hear about the man who trained his neighborhood crows to target and attack MAGA hats? A man in the U.S. who identified himself as Dave used social media to document his process of training his neighborhood crows to recognize and remove MAGA hats. Over the course of a few months, he left out mealworms, peanuts, and chicken scraps to attract the crows. Once they became comfortable with him recognizing his trays as a food source, he began covering the food with red baseball caps, similar to the ones worn by supporters of President Trump. So when the crows came to get their daily meal, they had to bite the hat off in order to reveal their food tray. Eventually, the red cap became a symbol for a new meal. So every time they saw the red cap, they would fly down and bite it viciously. Dave's post about training the crows to make a political statement went viral and received a lot of backlash and praise. Did you hear about the man who trained his neighborhood crows to target and attack MAGA hats? A man in the U.S. who identified himself as Dave used social media to document his process of training his neighborhood crows to recognize and remove MAGA hats. Over the course of a few months, he left out mealworms, peanuts, and chicken scraps to attract the crows. Once they became comfortable with him recognizing his trays as a food source, he began covering the food with red baseball caps, similar to the ones worn by supporters of President Trump. So when the crows came to get their daily meal, they had to bite the hat off in order to reveal their food tray. Eventually, the red cap became a symbol for a new meal. So every time they saw the red cap, they would fly down and bite it viciously. Dave's post about training the crows to make a political statement went viral and received a lot of backlash and praise.
Breaking news, we are just getting new drone video. A massive pileup involving more than 100 vehicles shut down Interstate 19-6 in western Michigan after drivers were caught in dangerous whiteout conditions from blowing snow and heavy winter weather. The crash happened Monday morning near Hudsonville and Zeeland in Ottawa County, where visibility dropped to near zero in minutes. Michigan State Police say multiple semi-trucks jackknifed, triggering a chain reaction crash that quickly spread across both directions of the interstate. Emergency crews responded to a chaotic scene, navigating crushed cars, mangled trucks, and stranded drivers in freezing conditions. Authorities report multiple injuries, though no fatalities have been confirmed at this time. I-119-6 was shut down for several hours as crews worked to rescue motorists, clear wreckage, and treat the injured. Buses were brought in to evacuate stranded drivers, taking them to nearby shelters to warm up and receive assistance. Officials are urging drivers to avoid travel during winter storms, warning that conditions can deteriorate rapidly with little warning. The interstate has since begun reopening as cleanup continues.
It is a story that got the nation talking. A blind man confronted on a flight. Passengers walking off the plane in protest.
Last Wednesday from Philadelphia to Long Island, New York. She sat next to Albert Rizzi on that flight. He lost his vision 8 years ago because of meningitis. The flight attendant asked Rizzi to stow his guide dog Doxy under the seat, but where he was sitting in the back row, he didn't have a seat in front of him.
So I said, well, the dog can come under my seat.
Mary says the dog only came out to put his head between Albert's feet, never roaming the aisles. She says the flight attendant approached 2 more times, not offering to help, just barking the same orders. 45 minutes on the tarmac, and Albert was then escorted off the flight.
What broke my heart is I heard Albert say, "Am I the only one getting off the plane?"
Minutes later, the nearly 30 passengers walked into the terminal behind him, saying they wouldn't fly without Albert and Doxy.
And U.S. Airways did release a statement after the incident.
Yes, that winter storm that everybody is talking about is probably going to be that bad. Here's what the National Weather Service is saying and how you should prepare if you live in any of these zones. So Winter Storm Firm, which is a major danger system, is set to hit most of the United States starting Friday. Now, this storm would threaten more than 180 million people from Texas to New England. The National Weather Service is warning that this won't be just another heavy snowfall event and that this will be a multi-part event with a historic Arctic freeze, a crippling ice storm, heavy snow, and blizzard conditions in some areas. So according to the National Weather Service, here's what you can expect if you live in these zones. First, extreme cold. An Arctic air mass is already moving in, and it's bringing life-threatening wind chills as low as negative 50 degrees, okay? Negative 50 in the northern plains by tonight. The deep freeze will then spread into the south south and the east, and then the winter storm will hit through Friday to Monday. The biggest threat of the storm is the significant ice accumulation from Texas through the Carolinas, and this will lead to widespread power outages, tree damage, and roads that become impassable, and it will also bring heavy snow to certain areas. Everywhere from New Mexico to Oklahoma to Philly, DC, New York City, and Boston could see heavy snow. Now, the problem with the storm is even when it's over, extreme cold will still be there. In the south, some of us might not get temperatures that climb above freezing until next week.
A Kentucky homeowner calls it instant karma. He says a driver tried to run over a 9-foot snowman that he built outside of his home.
Someone saw the soon-to-be Lutz family's creation and tried to fracture Frosty with the front end of their truck. But they quickly realized their mistake when the plowed-away snow showed Frosty's roots. This towering triple stack of snowballs in northern Kentucky has a lot of character, much like the people who built it. This snowman was packed with purpose by Cody Lutz, his fiancée Lucy, and his soon-to-be sister-in-law, because this weekend marked several new snow experiences for two of the newest Petersburg homeowners.
We were playing in the snow. She's from Mississippi, so this is the most snow she's ever seen in her entire life. I'm from Buffalo, so this is no big deal. I love the snow.
Lutz loves it so much that he took snowman building to the extreme, using a massive tree stump as the base for their top hat-topped creation.
I went to work on Monday, and I came home to this on Monday night, which is, the irony is pretty funny.
Breaking news, gas stations are using a specially designed sticker to steal your bank card information. Yesterday, he found this at a Costco gas station in Texas. It was stuck on the card reader, and it seemed a bit out of place because a regular card reader is always firmly installed on the fuel pump. After noticing the anomaly, he immediately called the police. When the police arrived, they inspected the sticker and discovered what was hidden inside. It seemed to be just an ordinary sticker, but in fact, there was a chip inside, just like a bank card. The police said that this was indeed a card with electronic components, and they said this was the latest method of stealing information. According to them, up to now, they have received 8 reports of bank card theft. The common point of these cases is that they all used to swipe their cards at the same gas station. However, after investigating the staff at the Costco gas station, they discovered that these cards were unrelated to the station and were likely affixed by criminals. He warned us to be very careful of such cards. If you see a similar sticker at the gas station, please be very cautious. Take a few more seconds to check the card reader and the surrounding environment. If you find anything abnormal, call the police immediately.
The mandate from the Homeowners Association says residents must keep their garage doors open. Failure to comply can result in a $200 fine. Auburn Green's resident Fred Waitlow cleans out his garage.
And I got to remove all this stuff, just personal belongings, pictures.
But it's not something he wants to do.
If we have to have this open from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, anybody can help themselves and steal your blind. And they do it in this Auburn Greens complex.
This is not safe.
Shally Ia keeps her garage door closed, fearing what might happen if it's left open all day.
This will just be an open door policy and saying, welcome, take what you want.
A member of the board who did not want to speak on camera said the policy was enacted because of a resident who was allowing people to sleep in his or her garage.
I think they could have gone around this in a better, logical way, like, for example, maybe a monthly inspection.
The on-site manager closed its window and posted this sign as we pulled into the parking lot and didn't return our phone call. Until it is, Shally and others plan to keep their garage doors closed.
There's a reason why I started recording, because I felt uncomfortable and I didn't feel like it was right.
A woman is accusing a Honda sales manager of refusing to sell her a vehicle after she rejected his request to go on a date. The incident took place at a Honda authorized dealership in Montclair, California. The woman arrived with funds in hand and made it clear she was ready to purchase a car on the spot. The model and base price had largely been agreed upon, and the deal was close to completion. At that point, the sales manager suddenly shifted the interaction to a personal invitation. The woman clearly declined, with no ambiguity or encouragement. After the rejection, the transaction was immediately halted. She was told the vehicle was no longer for sale. The manager's attitude reportedly changed on the spot. When a friend who was with her questioned the decision, the sales manager raised the vehicle's price by $10,000. No additional features were added, and no market-based explanation was given. When confronted on camera, the manager claimed it was just a joke and told the woman to relax. After the video surfaced online, it quickly went viral. If refusing a date means losing the deal, is this a sales practice? or a blatant abuse of power.
Trees are literally exploding across parts of the Midwest right now, and no, this is not clickbait. It's an actual weather phenomenon that's happening right now. Okay, I know that obviously sounds fake, but this is completely real, and you've probably already seen it on the news because trees have been just randomly exploding. They're saying that whenever temperatures drop in an area fast enough, which by the way, we're talking about like negative 25 degrees, the sap inside of trees can freeze and expand so quickly that the trunk literally cracks open with a sound like a loud pop. This is actually called frost cracking, and meteorologists right now are warning that it could happen across Minnesota, Wisconsin, the Dakotas, and parts of Iowa and Michigan this weekend. Obviously, everybody should know about the huge snow and ice storm that's coming right now, but they're saying that this polar vortex could push wind chills down to negative 40. There's a weather graphic that says exploding tree risk that went viral all over social media with 7 million views, and people are losing their minds. This entire thing is actually real right now. We have exploding trees before GTA 6.
OnlyFans model and influencer Nicole Prado Molina has been kidnapped by 3 armed men out of her Cybertruck. Video from the vehicle's cameras shows Nicole being pulled into a white Toyota Corolla by masked men after they pulled up on her outside of a shopping mall. Nicole was seen trying to shut the rear door of the Toyota and then trying to get back into her own car, which is an incredibly distinct lilac purple Cybertruck. Eventually, 2 men shove her in the back seat before the third in the driver's seat accelerates and speeds away. Nicole gained her internet fame after commissioning a traditional Mexican narrative ballad for her 16th birthday that has over 27 million views on YouTube. The area where she lived and where her father's from is known to be controlled by Los Mayos, which is a faction of the Sinaloa cartel. In some of her older videos, she refers to the leader of the cartel, Zambada, as the man with the hat, which is a notorious nickname he has. There have been no confirmed links, however, between Molina and any criminal groups. But according to official figures, in 2025 alone, 398 women were kidnapped or missing from Sinaloa.
The husband insisted on divorce after the wife took the dryer to a repair shop. Later that day, her husband came home from work and noticed the dryer was gone. Instead of just asking where it was, he suddenly broke down emotionally. The wife was confused and thought he was overreacting. She blamed him for being dramatic and did not understand why he seemed so upset. The truth was revealed a few hours later. According to the husband, the wife had always been very controlling with money. Every month, he had to give her his full paycheck, and she decided how it was spent. The only money he could keep for himself came from extra overtime work. Over time, he secretly hid that cash inside the dryer, believing no one would ever look there. When the dryer was taken away, he thought all of his savings were gone. He felt empty and helpless, but he did not explain it clearly to his wife at first. Fortunately, the repair technician called the wife and said he had found several $100s inside the dryer. That was when she finally understood what had happened. Even after the money was returned, the damage was done. The husband said this incident made him realize how unhappy and stressed he had been for years. Shortly after, he told his wife he wanted a divorce.
This man almost took his secret to the grave. Just weeks before he died, he told his daughter that he was a bank robber.
Shocked isn't a big enough word.
Ashley Randall's father, Thomas, was dying of lung cancer at the age of 71 when out of nowhere, he admitted he once lived under another name. Ashley demanded to know his real name.
He really quietly said, if I tell you, you have to promise you won't look into this.
He said it was Ted Conrad.
I couldn't not look. And the first thing that popped up was a headline that said something like, Ted Conrad, vault teller, bank heist.
In 1969, Ted Conrad stole $219,000 from a bank in Cleveland where he worked as a teller. With his new ill-gotten wealth, Ted Conrad started a new life. He bought a penthouse apartment in Boston, played a lot of golf, and became a car salesman.
By the time he married my mom, the money was gone.
But all that time, he was still being sought.
Commuters not paying their fare is a growing problem across the country, but nowhere is it worse than here in New York. It's estimated almost half of all riders don't pay, resulting in $1 billion in lost revenue. Now, new measures are being tested out to stop fare beaters.
Beaters are everywhere on the New York City subway, despite authorities installing an arsenal of new devices to combat the problem. one after the other at this station near Times Square, the paddles didn't seem to stop these fare jumpers. And those plastic door gates? We watched as these fare evaders outsmarted the gates. These subway riders are already making a mockery of the plastic gates by filming fare-beating hacks and posting them online. This crew is taking fare evasion to the extreme. One by one, they all crawl beneath these gates on their stomachs. And to avoid paying, this guy throws his jacket over the gate sensors to prevent the doors from closing. And just like that, they all file through. Why do you not pay the fare on the New York City subway?
Okay, so sometimes I don't pay the fare because they're upping the price on the fare. Right now it's up to $3, but there's a lot of bad things that's happening on the train.
They look like tired travelers waiting for a flight, but take a closer look. These people are actually homeless.
Well, since right now I'm completely broke, so I'm not going anywhere, just hiding different parts of the airport.
Rebecca has lived here with her adult son and cat for almost a year. She says the airport is safer than the streets and overcrowded shelters.
I left Phoenix with $15,000. It goes quick.
The job and apartment she had lined up both fell through. Then she lost $3,500 in a rental scam. Broke, she landed at the airport, homeless. She uses the Wi-Fi at the airport to apply for jobs. She did get a job, ironically, here at the airport, doing what she did in Phoenix, pushing passengers in wheelchairs, but was fired a week later. She believes the company found out she was homeless. Since January, she has been living at a long-term hotel where she can now cook, shower, and finally sleep in a bed.
It was supposed to be a private moment. American tennis star Coco Gauff smashing her racket in frustration. Commentators and the whole world, though, watching it happen live. The racket smash happening after a huge upset for the 21-year-old in the quarterfinals of the Australian Open, losing to Ukrainian Elina Svitolina. Coco seen here leaving the court seemingly composed as cameras followed her into the wings and eventually behind a wall.
I tried to go somewhere where they wouldn't broadcast it. But obviously they did. So yeah, maybe some conversations we can be had, because I feel like at this tournament, the only private place we have is the locker room.
It's something Gauff isn't apologizing for, saying it was better to smash a racket than take her frustrations out on her team.
I don't think it's a bad thing. So I don't try to do it on court in front of kids and things like that. But I do know I need to let out that emotion.
A lot of people are out and supporting her and saying, look, she did not know she was on camera. Yeah. She purposely tried to get away from the cameras.
Had a moment in private, so she thought.
Absolutely.
Well, we're all big Coco fans regardless. All right.
This Audi S4 was Vince Hansen's pride and joy. On November 7th, he took it to Titan Motorsports in Orlando to have performance parts installed. 2 days later, when Hansen went to pick it up, he was told a technician would take it for a quick test drive while he paid the bill. But then
the phone at the shop rang, and the news was, hey, we really don't know how to tell you this, but your car was just in an accident around the corner from the shop.
This is what Hansen's car looked like after the mechanic driving it struck another car on Boggy Creek Road. According to the crash report, the mechanic was at fault and was ticketed for making an illegal U-turn. Hansen assumed Titan Motorsports would pay for the damage, but he claims when he asked for their insurance information,
it was, hey, you have insurance for your car, and you really should open up a claim.
Hansen showed us a letter from his insurance company to Titan that stated the shop's operation.
A truck driver has lost his job after forcing a fleeing vehicle to stop during what he believed was a police chase. The driver was operating a box truck while delivering goods for his company when he noticed a car being pursued by law enforcement. Thinking the driver was a dangerous suspect, he struck the vehicle while turning a corner and managed to block it from escaping. The truck driver later said he believed he was helping police and doing the right thing. However, authorities clarified that the vehicle was not fleeing a violent crime. The driver had refused to cooperate with an investigation involving ICE, and local police were assisting with the stop. After the incident, officials confirmed the car owner was a U.S. citizen. Because the truck driver intentionally hit the vehicle, his insurance company refused to cover the damages. Both vehicles suffered costly damage. The driver then asked police for help, but officers reportedly told him he should not have intervened and that they were close to stopping the vehicle on their own. Unable to afford the repairs, the trucking company terminated his employment. The former employee is now facing debt related to the damages. If you were the truck driver, what would you do?
An SOS signal has been flashing from an abandoned house in Plainfield, Illinois for 3 consecutive nights, but no one knows why. It all started when a passerby noticed the front porch light blinking, realizing it was more than just a malfunction. It was a call for help. Reports quickly spread that not only the front porch, but also the back porch lights were flashing the SOS signal. 911 was called, and police officers arrived to investigate. But after checking the exterior of the house, they found nothing suspicious and left. Despite this, the lights continued flashing, and neighbors even reported hearing someone calling for help. The house has been abandoned since 2020. The woman whose family once lived there explained that the house includes a basement, but despite multiple calls, the sheriff's office has only conducted exterior checks. No one has entered the house to investigate further. NBC reached out to the Plainfield Police Department, but they maintained their position. They have checked the perimeter, and everything appears secure. So why are these lights still flashing? Why hasn't anyone investigated the inside of the house?
An Olympic gold medalist known for her super speeds on the track is now the latest to face charges under Florida's new super speeder law.
She's one of the fastest women on earth, but it was speed on the road that landed Olympic sprinter Sha'Carri Richardson in jail on Thursday. The 2024 gold medalist was arrested after the Orange County Sheriff's Office says she was going 104 miles per hour on State Road 429 near Stony Brook Parkway. According to deputies, the 25-year-old was dangerously tailgating and switching lanes to pass other drivers before she was pulled over. Richardson was booked on a charge of dangerous excessive speeding under Florida's super speeder law. Well over 100 drivers have been arrested in Orange County since the law went into effect last July. The maximum sentence for a first-time offense is 30 days in jail.
It's not just the jail time, it's the cost. We can impound the vehicles for 30 days, and that is your fee to pay.
Richardson has since bonded out of jail, and right now we're working to find out more about her next court date. So far, she has not commented about this arrest.
Can anything stop them? They climb over. They even slide below. Flagrant fare evaders are everywhere on the New York City subway, despite authorities installing an arsenal of new devices to combat the problem. With the installation of these paddles to prevent fare dodgers from jumping over. And these new plastic door gates seem to be impenetrable. So, are they? Apparently not. One after the other at this station near Times Square, the paddles didn't seem to stop these fare jumpers. This woman crawls right underneath. And those plastic door gates? We watched as these fare evaders outsmarted the gates. Their trick? The first guy pays the fare while the two behind slide past before the gates close.
Commuters not paying their fare is a growing problem across the country, but nowhere is it worse than here in New York. It's estimated almost half of all riders don't pay, resulting in $1 billion in lost revenue. Now, new measures are being tested out to stop fare beaters.
Bella Hadid's ex-boyfriend Adnan Benuelos was arrested for public intoxication. And TMZ reported that Bella Hadid's reportedly ex-boyfriend found himself in the slammer after having a little too much Friday night fun. Award-winning cowboy and horse trainer Adnan Benuelos was arrested in Texas in the wee hours of Saturday morning for public intoxication. He's already bonded out of the Parker County Jail after paying a minor fee of $386. And just a few days ago, it was reported that Bella Hadid and Adnan had broken up after 2 years together. And a source had said that the pair had actually been on again and off again and that they had a tumultuous relationship. The source also said that Hadid and Benuelos also have business ties, having purchased $1 million horses together, making the breakup even more complicated. There had also been reports in June that these two had taken a break. And there were also posts of them attending one of his events in early December, though none of them showed them together. And by end of December, there were whispers that the two had split. I actually thought they were like a cute couple. I like that she wasn't dating someone that's necessarily famous. But if it was like on again and off again, and if it was a tumultuous relationship, then maybe it just was not meant to be.
Now, up north, I did not know y'all took y'all parking spaces so goddamn seriously. I then stumbled upon Pittsburgh parking lot wars or parking spot wars, and this lady then stole another woman's parking spot, her son's parking spot to be specific. They took 2 hours to shovel this parking spot for her son. So when he came home from work, he would have somewhere to park in front of their house. The neighbor across the street who lives in a apartment building, the owner of her building did not have the parking lot shoveled. So she took it upon herself to park in the cleared out parking spot. And they was not having it. They was not having it with her ass. Why? They then covered her entire vehicle with snow. They buried that car in snow. And the lady came knocking door to door trying to figure out if anybody seen who buried her car under snow.
Dozens of crash victims and witnesses captured the chilling moments immediately following those frightening impacts. Videos and pictures posted to social media show the aftermath and cleanup as people tried to get to safety.
Oh my gosh. Impact captured on camera. Yamel Angel and her mom were on their way to the Central Valley from Oxnard when they found themselves in the middle of a 59-car pileup on the 99 freeway early Saturday morning. Victims in the center divider. While they tried to find safety, another crash on the opposite side of the highway.
We just saw cars after cars crashing and colliding like everywhere.
Dramatic dashcam video shows a different vantage point of the start of the second pileup. You can see the semi-truck lose control and slam into the center median.
Never experienced anything like this ever in my life. I'll never forget the screams and the shouts from people, or like the blood, the cars. I'll never forget it.
That's when residents of the Islington Towers have to remove their window air conditioning units. Fearing eviction, few agreed to go on camera.
Like, after spending all day in the heat, the last thing I want to do is come to my own house, my home, and then boil in here as well.
In a memo to tenants, building manager Metcalf Living says, quote, "We regret that we cannot allow this type of equipment."
And I don't think there's anyone that works for Metcalf that goes home at night that doesn't have air conditioning.
We're concerned because air conditioners are falling out of windows that aren't properly installed, and we're concerned because the electrical system can't handle it, and it's overloading the electrical system and blowing main fuses and could cause a fire.
But he was also quick to point out exemptions to the window AC ban that he says should be understood by all, such as the elderly or those who need AC for medical reasons can keep them.
Never ever mentioned. It's not in the memo, and that's just something that came up when you spoke to them. I think it's damage control. I have congestive heart failure. I'm diabetic, and now I have the lines in for the dialysis, and I can't take the heat.
A viral video featuring a mother and her autistic son is raising serious concerns online. In the video, the boy is seen acting out, kicking and hitting his mother, throwing yogurt, and even breaking windows. With over 149 million views, the video has sparked a conversation about the struggles families with special needs children face and the importance of seeking help. While many acknowledge the boy's artistic talents and special needs, there are growing concerns about his safety and his mother's well-being. People in the comments are urging the mother to get support, and some believe the videos are a way for her to draw attention to her situation. The mother's patience is praised, but many worry about the potential dangers if things continue this way. As the video continues to spread, people are offering prayers for the family, hoping that the help they need will come before it's too late.
A New York City man built a car out of snow to protest the city's snow problem, and the car ended up getting a parking ticket. After several heavy snowfalls, the street in front of his house was piled with snow, and he complained that the city government was clearing the snow too slowly, making it very difficult for residents to park and for pedestrians to pass. Frustrated, the man used the snow to build a full-size car on the side of the road. He shaped the body, mirrors, and even the windshield so it looked like a real vehicle buried in snow. From a distance, it was easy to mistake it for a parked car. Soon after, a parking officer spotted it and issued a ticket for illegal parking during snow removal hours. The ticket was placed right on the snow windshield. That is when neighbors started laughing and taking photos. Some shared the pictures online, where the story quickly spread. The man later explained he built the snow car to show how much snow was still sitting on the street days after the storm. He said he did not expect a real ticket, but felt it proved his point. City officials later removed the snow sculpture during routine cleanup. A spokesperson said crews were working through a heavy backlog after multiple storms. Some supported the man's message, while others said blocking space on a snowy street was not the right solution.
I just found some more insane emails in the Epstein files, and once again I'm asking,
Why is this redacted? Donald Trump, his FBI, his Department of Justice are protecting bad men who did bad things with Epstein. This is an email that was sent from somebody, we don't know who, to Epstein back in 2013. It says, new Brazilian just arrived, sexy and cute, 9 years old. What? Why is their name redacted? Why don't we know who's saying this? Why haven't they charged this person? You know, Trump and his team have said there's no evidence that Epstein did anything wrong with anybody else. We're looking at the evidence. It's right in front of our faces. I also talked about this email yesterday, 2014, from somebody, again, the name is redacted, to Epstein. Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty. They're saying the crimes. They're saying it out loud that they're doing it. And Trump's DOJ doesn't have any other evidence of other people doing bad things. Why are these names redacted? In my view, the only explanation is that Donald Trump and the people around him are protecting the rich, powerful men who committed crimes alongside Epstein. Once again, they are saying it in text, and they're not doing anything about it.
The man is facing serious allegations for clearing snow near vehicles parked along the street and could potentially lose his job. The incident took place in Philadelphia, which had just experienced a major winter storm with more than 9 inches of snowfall. A sanitation department driver was traveling through Philadelphia's Kensington neighborhood when his snowplow pushed snow onto parked vehicles. The video is accompanied by profane shouting from bystanders. The person filming accused the driver of intentionally pushing snow toward vehicles and pedestrians. The footage quickly sparked widespread public anger. Some online users called for criminal charges against the driver. Philadelphia city officials later confirmed that the driver is an employee of the city's sanitation department. City officials stated that they do not tolerate any behavior that deliberately creates dangerous conditions. At the same time, authorities emphasized that the incident is still under investigation. Officials noted that illegally parked vehicles can severely interfere with snow removal operations.
Students who came to school to learn a lesson walked out to send a message. Hundreds of students at Upper Darby High School left class to raise their voices against ICE and increased immigration enforcement. Upper Darby students are among the latest to stage such a protest. From Indianapolis to Los Angeles, students across the country have held walkouts. The protest at Upper Darby comes just 2 days after this ICE arrest in Phoenixville made headlines. The students who organized the Upper Darby walkout say youth want to be in control of their own message. Prior to the walkout, the school held a forum with the superintendent of schools and the police superintendent to make sure things were safe and that students felt heard. The district saying in a statement to Action News, quote, "Our students are beautifully diverse and their feelings and voices are important to us."
To have their support, it meant everything to us.
Upper Darby Township Council members showing their support with new legislation.
It's a resolution to basically establish a policy that we will not cooperate or work with ICE in civil immigration enforcement.
The resolution would provide peace of mind for students from immigrant households. These students say walking out is their way of speaking up.
We just want justice and peace.
So what started as a curiosity in Georgia is turning into a landmark in Luthersville. Caitlin Ross shows you how an entire community is now cheering on one woman's green thumb.
A lot of things have changed over the years.
For 36 years, the cactus just sat in Jackie's front yard. But when she looked out her window in May,
just all of a sudden it just shot up.
25 feet in the air.
It's so tall. It's like you got to crane your head back to look. Yep, you got to lean your head back.
The stalk stands tall over Luthersville, Georgia.
There was a lady out there with a camera
and waiting for the flower.
I love the beauty of it. It being unique, different.
The agave americana, or century plant,
don't get stuck.
Only blooms once in its lifespan.
Nature is a mystery.
Between 25 and 45 years after it's planted. It is rare.
More like a desert plant.
And safeguarded in the places it typically blooms.
Now to a countertop crime caught on camera.
A woman is accused of making off with a restaurant's tip jar.
It was your typical customer transaction Monday inside Warren's Mr. Miguel's Mexican Grill and Cantina until restaurant supervisor Mariah Donaldson says it quickly wasn't.
And that's when she picked up the tip jar as well as with her bags of food.
You see it here. As soon as the employee turns around, the customer quickly pulls in the tip jar, appearing to hide and cover it with her jacket and food order. The owner of Mr. Miguel says he hopes the woman just brings back the jar with the tips and apologizes.
Well, I think the person should really think about how it hurts everybody at the establishment, and she should bring it back.
Warren police tell me they're investigating. Donaldson says there was about $30 in that tip jar, money which goes directly to the hostesses, typically teenagers.
Because for you to take money from her hardworking kid is completely unacceptable and wrong. You're a grown adult.
A 19-year-old out to buy his grandfather some socks came across a bag with $135,000 just sitting near a Wells Fargo ATM in Albuquerque. Jose Nunez Romanes told CBS affiliate KRQE he called the number on the ATM, then police, because he knew trying to keep the money meant he would have to deal with mom.
Back of my head, I was just thinking about my parents, especially my mom. What would she would do if I came home with the money, and what she would do with her chancla to hit me.
It turns out the Wells Fargo subcontractor whose job it is to fill the ATM left the cash there by accident. The mayor and police chief recognized Nunez for doing the right thing when no one was looking and invited him to apply as a public safety officer while still in school. Nunez also got a $500 check from New Mexico energy provider PNM, a gift card, and $500 cash from a local restaurant. Ryan Erlacher. Nunez told the New York Times he's wanted to be a crime scene investigator.
A teen hit by a teen in a car, and the driver of that car was unlicensed at the time this all went down. The whole thing caught on cell phone video. Take a look at it. We were able to obtain this video out in the Menifee area. Watch here. That silver car hits that motorcyclist. Now, we blurred the motorcyclist because he flies through the air, but look, he pops right back up. Eventually, he does go back down to the ground. People come to his aid. I want to let you know the Menifee Police Department says the guy is okay. Now, the 18-year-old on the motorcycle was not connected to the school, just was trying to drive by it or ride by it, rather, as all of those students were protesting. There's about 200 kids just before 10 a.m. this morning. Now, what we have learned about the driver, though, is that driver was a 15-year-old who was unlicensed and had other kids in the car. Now, the Menifee Police Department says the unlicensed 15-year-old was attempting to find parking, they say, to join the walkout in the protest that was happening. They say that's when that collision occurred. Again, the motorcyclist, even though he did go back down after popping up, is okay tonight, according to the Menifee Police Department. They say they are continuing to investigate this crash. It's unclear what the status of the driver is, if he was ticketed, arrested, or what have you. They do say, though, they do not believe drugs or alcohol was a factor, just that unlicensed 15-year-old driving the car.
A police officer was fired after a video surfaced of him dancing with a student at school. Everyone initially thought it was just two people enjoying the fun of dancing, but what happened next sparked a massive uproar. The incident occurred at a middle school in a city in the United States. The officer was seen dancing with a female student during class, with the video showing the two happily coordinating, and the atmosphere was lighthearted and fun. However, after the video was posted on social media, it quickly attracted widespread attention. The school stated that, as an adult, the officer should set an example for the students and uphold professional conduct. The police department then launched an internal investigation into the officer and eventually decided to fire him. What is even more shocking is that the police department stated that the officer's behavior might have violated workplace ethics and could even impact the student's sense of safety. Did the officer truly cross the line? Should he be held accountable for his actions? What do you think about this case? Let us know your thoughts in the comments.